Chapter 1690. The two women looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's hearts. Being stared at by Song Qingshu was like being stared at by a giant beast. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Song Qingshu flicked his fingers and hit Pearl's sleeping acupoint. Then he looked at Ruan Xingzhu and said, "Tell me, when did you do it?" The reason why he hit Pearl's acupoint was mainly to follow the principle of isolation and interrogation in the future, so that the two of them wouldn't collude. Ruan Xingzhu opened her mouth, but she didn't try to play any tricks. Instead, she told the whole story honestly. "No wonder you wanted to change our rooms." Song Qingshu snorted. "Why did you do it to us?" Ruan Xingzhu sighed. It was useless to quibble now. She could only try to move him with sincerity and see if she could survive. She said, "Because the Golden Snake Camp didn't attack the Jin Kingdom during the northern expedition as agreed. Minister Han suspected that you had ulterior motive. Plus, Ling Huchong suddenly had a problem in Sichuan." "Wait!" Song Qingshu interrupted her. "You know his real identity? Minister Han is the head of all officials. It's not difficult for him to investigate a person's background." Speaking of her lord, Ruan Xingzhu's tone was full of respect and pride. "If you knew his identity, why did you let him go to Sichuan?" Song Qingshu didn't understand. Ruan Xingzhu answered, "We found out his real identity after the competition. If we had exposed him then, it would have been too big of an impact. It would have been easy for Jia Shidao's side to attack Minister Han, and it would have been easy for him to be accused of playing tricks on the emperor. So Minister Han decided to make the best of it. Anyway, the Wu family endorsed him and took care of the aftermath, so he didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. I thought that Ling Huchong would be grateful, but who knew that he would betray us?" Song Qingshu snorted and said, "I'm afraid Minister Han thought that his background was simple and easy to control. Although he and Ling Huchong could not be considered friends, he knew that Ling Huchong had a noble character. Naturally, he was somewhat displeased to hear others slander him like this." Ruan Xingzhu was silent for a long time before she continued with the previous topic. "Prime Minister Han already suspected you. Now that there's a problem in Sichuan and you're secretly heading there, it's hard for me not to suspect that you're the mastermind behind the great changes in Sichuan, given the relationship between Miss Run and Ling Huchong." Song Qingshu angrily retorted, "What do you mean by Yingying and Ling Huchong's relationship? Do you think I'm like you guys who would resort to unscrupulous methods to achieve my goals and use my wife to seduce him?" Ruan Xingzhu's complexion paled. She knew that the other party was mocking her actions. She smiled mournfully. "I know you look down on me, but before I die, I have a question. I hope that you can let me die with understanding on the account that we were husband and wife for a day. Speak." Song Qingshu was expressionless. "What exactly are you going to do in Sichuan? Are you behind Ling Huchong's betrayal?" Ruan Xingzhu stared into his eyes. Song Qingshu indifferently said, "I can only tell you that Ling Huchong's betrayal has nothing to do with us." Ruan Xingzhu's breathing instantly quickened. After a long time, she seemed to be deflated. "In the end, I was just wasting my energy. I even made a great enemy for the Ruan clan. Now you can die in peace, right?" Song Qingshu raised his hand, and Ruan Xingzhu felt her vision go black. "I'm going to die just like this." At this moment, Ruan Xingzhu didn't know if she was regretting, unwilling, or some other kind of emotion. However, she soon lost consciousness. After what seemed like a long time, she suddenly opened her eyes. Like a drowning person who had been rescued from the shore, she took a deep breath. She had never felt that the air was so fresh and delicious. She looked around and realized that she was still in the room. Song Qingshu was standing by the window not far away, gazing at the bright moon on the river. "I'm not dead yet?" Ruan Xingzhu mumbled to herself in disbelief. "Do you really want to die?" Song Qingshu had just sealed her sleep acupuncture point. He then interrogated Pearl and discovered that there were no discrepancies between the two's statement. Only then did he wake her up. Even ants live without purpose, let alone humans. Ruan Xingzhu faintly sighed. At this moment, Song Qingshu was frowning. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. He turned around to look at Ren Yingying, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He beckoned to Ruan Xingzhu and said, "Come with me outside." Ruan Xingzhu didn't dare to resist. She silently followed behind him. During this time, she had a feeling that it was absurd. Not long ago, the two of them were tender and sweet, but now she was trembling with fear. He could take her life at any time. After coming to the deck and feeling the cold wind on the river, Song Qingshu finally spoke. "Madam has put me in a very difficult situation." Ruan Xingzhu was startled. She thought to herself, who is the difficult one now? Fortunately, his next words solved her doubts. "Azi and I are good friends. Just now I had that kind of relationship with you. If this gets out, it will be a huge scandal." Although many men would fantasize about it, fantasizing was one thing. Actually doing it was another. This kind of thing was not only a taboo in the future, but even in the ancient times. If Song Qingshu only wanted to be a Jianghu boss or a rich man, this kind of thing would not matter. After all, it was not like no one played this way. But if his ambition was to rule the world, this kind of thing could never be done. If this got out, it would be a devastating blow to his reputation. When that time came, his enemies could use this reason to punish him. It should be known that in the ancient times, there was a good reason to attack. If this kind of thing caused him to be in a disadvantageous position in public opinion, it would be a disaster. So from the beginning, Song Qingshu had been in endless distress. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. Hearing his words, Ruan Xingzhu was startled at first. Then, she understood what he was talking about. Her fair cheeks couldn't help but blush. "Do you think I want to do this? Who asked you to do it without giving me a chance to explain?" Song Qingshu was also extremely depressed. He became even more furious when he heard that. "You clearly know the relationship between me and Z, yet you still came to use a honey trap on me. You even pretended to be my wife and slept with me in the same bed?" Ruan Xingzhu was also shocked. "Did you really sleep with Azi?" Song Qingshu glared at her angrily. "What do you think?" Ruan Xingzhu pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, her eyes flickered. "Then, between the two of us, who do you think is better?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He instinctively started to compare the two of them. Each had their own merit. For a moment, he really couldn't tell who was better. Shaking his head, Song Qingshu hurriedly expelled these thoughts that he shouldn't have. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "Is this something that a mother like you should say?" "Who said I'm her mother?" Ruan Xingzhu's anxiety was relieved. At this moment, she smiled extremely happily. Song Qingshu was shocked. "Azi isn't your daughter?" Ruan Xingzhu nodded. "Of course she's my daughter." Song Qingshu's face instantly darkened. "Are you messing with me?" The corners of Ruan Xingzhu's lips curled up slightly. She began to explain. "Azu and Azi think they are my daughters. I also admit to the public that they are my daughters, but in reality, I'm not their biological mother." Then, Ruan Xingzhu also sighed. "Although I know that it's easier for me to save my life if I don't say this, I also don't want to carry that kind of dirty reputation." What's going on?" Song Qingshu was a little confused. This relationship was a little too messy. "This involves a secret from back then. I don't want to say it. You just need to know that we're not biological mother and daughter." Ruan Xingzhu bit her lips and shifted her face to the side. Song Qingshu sneered. "Do you have any other choice at this time?" Seeing that she was still a little stubborn, he decided to change his approach. "Then answer me first. Is their father Duan Zhengchun?" "Yes," Ruan Xingzhu answered instinctively. Then, she revealed a shocked expression. "You even know this? But that's right. Since you know the nursery rhyme on the bronze plate, it's normal for you to know this. Then tell me about your relationship with Duan Zhengchun. Song Qingshu continued to ask. Ruan Xingzhu frowned. She was clearly still a little hesitant. Song Qingshu became impatient. Don't test my patience. The safety of this ship and the Ruan family are all in your hands. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Only then did Ruan Xingzhu slowly explain what happened back then. Minister Han has always had great ambitions. He was concerned about the recovery of the Central Plains, so he sent many spies to various countries in advance. At that time, I was sent to get close to Duan Zhengchun, the Zhenan prince of the Supreme Court. Duan Zhengchun can be said to be above tens of thousands of people in Dali. Moreover, Emperor Baoding doesn't have an heir. According to reliable intelligence, he has always had the idea of avoiding the throne and becoming a monk. In the future, the throne will most likely fall into Duan Zhengchun's hands. So, Minister Han sent me to get close to him in advance. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. This Han Xingzhou was really far-sighted. More than 10 years ago, he had also sent Han Qianye to the Jin kingdom. Now, he knew that Ruan Xingzhu had also been sent to Dali to get close to Duan Zhengchun. This plan was really profound. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Duan Zhengchun is a playboy. I used a few tricks to gain his trust. However, I also knew that although he liked me, he never had the idea of marrying me. To put it nicely, he was deeply in love with me. To put it bluntly, what he loved the most was the power and position of his brother. Back then, Dali was in chaos. The reason why Emperor Baoding could ascend to the throne was because he had the help of the most powerful force in the country, the Bai tribe. In return, the daughter of the Bai tribe's leader, Dao Baifeng, became the princess of the Zhenan prince. So, no matter how much Duan Zhengchun pledged his undying love to other women, he couldn't bring back his lover. Otherwise, if he angered the Bai tribe, his brother might not be able to sit firmly on the throne. Ruan Xingzhu's tone was full of disdain when she spoke of this matter. It was obvious that she was very disdainful of Duan Zhengchun's reputation for being deeply in love. Song Qingshu frowned. Are you jealous? You feel like a resentful woman who has been abandoned. Chapter 1691. Another matter? Song Qingshu felt that there was a great secret behind this and immediately became interested. Ruan Xingzhu nodded and looked at the starry sky, as if she was immersed in her memories. Although I didn't like Duan Zhengchun back then, I had to continue the mission that Minister Han gave me, so I always feigned civility with him. Who knew that something would happen later? One day, my younger sister suddenly came to find me, but I had to leave for a period of time because I had something important to do and couldn't accompany her, so I let her play by herself at Little Mirror Lake. Who knew that not long after I left, Duan Zhengchun, that bastard, came. Because my younger sister looked very similar to me, he mistook her for me. My younger sister, in a moment of playfulness, also began to pretend to be me. Although I was usually close to Duan Zhengchun, I had a sense of propriety and always kept a sufficient distance from him. However, my younger sister had been raised in a boudoir since she was young, so how could she resist the methods of an experienced womanizer? It didn't take long for her body and mind to fall. Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. The women of the Ruan family really liked to play cosplay, but how could they not get their shoes wet if they often walked by the roadside? Almost all women would fall for this, such as Azu, Ruan Xingzhu, and her younger sister. By the time I found out, it was already too late. She had already devoted herself to Duan Zhengchun. Ruan Xingzhu sighed faintly. I tried to persuade her, but she still refused to come to her senses. I had no choice but to make the best of it. During that time, Duan Zhengchun kept pressuring me, so I could let her replace me. Song Qingshu sneered. Replace you to sleep with him? He knew that if he wanted to gain Duan Zhengchun's true trust, The two of them had to have the most intimate relationship. Ruan Xingzhu did not refute. You can put it that way. Although I wanted to minimize the loss, it wasn't that I didn't have such thoughts. My younger sister gladly accepted my proposal. For a young girl who is in love, as long as she can stay with her lover, she doesn't care about anything else. Ruan Xingzhu then changed the topic. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. After a few months, Duan Zhengchun had something to do in Dali, so he left Little Mirror Lake. Although my sister was reluctant, she couldn't go back with him. What's even more troublesome is that not long after that Duan guy left, my sister found out that she was pregnant, Ruan Xingzhu said hatefully. After that Duan guy left, there was no news at all. My sister waited bitterly, but to no avail. She didn't listen to my advice and decided to give birth to the child. Our Ruan family can also be considered a prominent family in Jiangnan. If people know that the young lady of our family had an affair with a man and got pregnant before marriage, neither our father nor the Ruan family can afford to lose face. Hearing Ruan Xingzhu's words, Song Qinshu nodded to himself. The southern Song dynasty was very popular. If this matter were to spread, it would indeed be a huge scandal. It would be very difficult for a big family to tolerate such a thing. Ruan Xingzhu continued. There was no other way. In order to keep it a secret, I could only let my sister continue to recuperate at Little Mirror Lake to prevent the news from leaking. After giving birth to the child, I secretly sent the child to a farmer's family. Song Qinshu interrupted. I'm afraid your sister wouldn't agree to this. Ruan Xingzhu's face was frosty. She was young and insensible. She didn't know the dangers of the world. As her sister, I naturally had to be more ruthless. Song Qinshu could imagine how many times the sisters had quarreled over this matter. They might have even turned against each other. Of course, he also understood Ruan Xingzhu's actions. She did it to protect her sister to the greatest extent. However, her sister might not have appreciated it. During that time, my sister was very unhappy. At that time, my younger sister was very unhappy. She seemed to have lost her soul. I was at my wits' end. I didn't know if I was lucky or unlucky. Later on, that Duan fellow came to Little Mirror Lake. When Ruan Xingzhu talked about this, her nails dug into her flesh. When my younger sister saw him, all her worries disappeared. The two of them had a few more happy months, then Duan Zhengchun left again? Even without her saying it, Song Qinshu could already guess what happened next. That's right, Ruan Xingzhu said hatefully. Unlike before, he never came back after he left. Coincidentally, my sister got pregnant again. Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself, Duan Jingchuan's ability to produce children is quite strong. It's just that his ability to produce sons is too poor. My sister's reaction this time was much calmer than before. After I sent her daughter away on her behalf, she didn't react too much. I knew that she was thinking about Duan Zhengchun and hoped that he would come back and take her away. When she mentioned the past, Ruan Xingzhu's tone was filled with pity for her sister. Unfortunately, she couldn't wait for Duan Zhengchun to come back. She always thought that he was busy with national affairs and had no time to spare. However, through my own intelligence network, I found out that he was actually very intimate with a woman from Montua Villa in the Jiangnan area. Song Qinshu's expression changed. He knew that the woman she was talking about was Li Qingluo. At that time, Li Qingluo was worried that she would be persecuted by Qin Hui. In order to dispel his doubts, she pretended to get close to Duan Zhengchun, that playboy. I told my sister about this, but she didn't believe me no matter what. In the end, she sneaked out to look for him. In the end, when she came back, she was in a daze. Not long after, she passed away from depression. When Ruan Xingzhu mentioned the past, a crystalline tear unknowingly streaked down her fair cheek. Passed away? Song Qinshu was shocked. He did not expect that Azu and Zi's mother was already gone. Ruan Xingzhu nodded. After my sister passed away, I secretly took care of her 2 daughters. I even concealed my identity and secretly taught Azu the art of disguise. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. He had always wondered how Azu had learned the art of disguise since she was an orphan. Only now did he understand what was going on. It's a pity that Z went missing, Ruan Xingzhu said with a frown. During that time I was busy with my sister's funeral. When I went to look for Z, I found that the family that adopted Z had already left. I searched for many years, but I couldn't find her whereabouts. Z later went to Xingxiu sect. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something. Hey, didn't Z and Azu acknowledge each other at Little Mirror Lake? At that time, you were still with Duan Zhengchun? That's right. Ruan Xingzhu sighed. As secret agents, we had no choice. Although we hated Duan Zhengchun, we could only force a smile and approach him to continue spying for information. At the same time, we were prepared to use me as a spy in the future. Since ancient times, being a spy has always been the most dangerous and painful thing. Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. Of course, that guy called Bond was an exception. Because of this, Pearl has always been unhappy with me. Ruan Xingzhu shifted her gaze to her room. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why? Ruan Xingzhu smiled bitterly. Although Pearl is my servant, she is closer to my sister. So she can't understand that Duan Zhengchun clearly killed my sister. Not only did I not avenge her, but I also continued to be the enemy's lover. Because I was worried that she would do something extreme to Duan Zhengchun in a moment of impulse, I never dared to bring her along when I saw Duan Zhengchun. Song Qingshu said indifferently, what you did was correct. Even though Duan Zhengchun's martial arts aren't worth mentioning in front of a true expert, it's still far from something a servant girl can deal with. It's also easy to expose your identity, causing all of your hard work to go down the drain. A hint of surprise appeared in Ruan Xingzhu's eyes. I didn't expect you to understand me. All these years, my heart has been filled with torment. Song Qingshu shook his head. I only understand why you didn't let Pearl come into contact with Duan Zhengchun. I don't agree with you not avenging your sister. I had no choice. Our Ruan family has received great kindness from the Han family for generations. We have to repay it. Ruan Xingzhu bit her lips. A hint of stubbornness flashed across her face. Although I can't agree, from a certain point of view, I do admire you. You have the air of an ancient, chivalrous man. Song Qingshu said. Ruan Xingzhu smiled mournfully. I can't even avenge my sister. How can I be called chivalrous? Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Although Duan Zhengchun is somewhat of a scumbag, that matter was your sister's wishful thinking. It is a bit unfair to blame it all on him. Although Song Qingshu didn't like Duan Zhengchun, he didn't approve of Duan Zhengchun paying with his life. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Ruan Xingzhu changed the topic. Since you know I'm not Z's mother, you don't have any more worries. How do you plan to deal with me? The river wind blew gently and her skirt fluttered. Her black hair was as smooth as ripples. Under the moonlight, it glowed. Ruan Xingzhu appeared hazy and beautiful. However, Song Qingshu had no time to admire her beauty. Instead, he was thinking about how to deal with her. From now on, the Ruan family will rely on Golden Snake Camp. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will remove the entire Ruan family from Jiangnan. Ruan Xingzhu's pupils shrank. However, she still shook her head firmly. That's impossible. Although I am a woman, I won't betray my master for glory. You are loyal to Han Xingzhou. Her reaction was expected. Song Qingshu didn't care at all. Do you know that Han Xingzhou might not be able to overcome this hurdle? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Where will the Ruan family go? The Han family is the #1 family in the 2 Song dynasties. Now, Prime Minister Han is the head of all the officials. He has many disciples and old officials. How could anything happen to him? Ruan Xingzhu didn't agree with his reasoning at all. The northern expedition suffered heavy losses. Wu Shi, whom he supported, rebelled, which led to the possibility of Sichuan becoming independent. How could Jia Sherdao and Shimiuan let go of such a good opportunity? At this time, all they need is a little push, and the whole thing will collapse. Song Qingshu vaguely remembered that in history, Han Xingzhou lost power after the failure of the northern expedition. As for the specifics, he couldn't remember. However, now that he was in this world, he had plenty of information from all aspects. He could completely determine that Han Xingzhou was finished. So this time, I came to Sichuan to reverse the situation and give Prime Minister Han a chance to breathe. Ruan Xingzhu reached out and pulled the sleeve of the man next to her. I beg you, for the sake of your friendship with Prime Minister Han in the past, even if you want to take revenge, wait until after the Sichuan incident. Let me do one last thing for Prime Minister Han first. What do I get for agreeing? Song Qingshu looked at her with a playful expression. Feeling his burning gaze, Ruan Xingzhu couldn't help but feel dizzy. She lowered her head and whispered, "As long as you agree, I can do anything you want me to." She didn't expect to say such shameful words. However, as an ace spy, she was good at using everything as a weapon. This time, however, she didn't know how much of her words were sincere and how much was fake. Chapter 1692. The King of Qi is surrounded by fairy-like beauties. How can a woman like me be interested in them? Although Ruan Xingzhu said it casually, she still looked embarrassed. She had tried to seduce him, but she was rejected. Any woman would find it hard to get over it. Madam, you don't have to pretend to be pitiful. You've been a secret agent for Han Zhou for years, and you never forget to take advantage of your advantages. Song Qingshu was not moved at all. Ruan Xingzhu smiled. It's a professional habit. I hope you can forgive me. What do you want to do to make me agree? She was still trying to pull a fast one on him. Usually, a person's rage would be at its highest when they first learned that they had been deceived. As long as this period of time passed, no matter how great their rage was, it would be resolved with time, making it much easier to deal with them. That was why she was determined to delay the other party's revenge, no matter the cost. I just said that the Ruan family will submit to the Golden Snake Camp, Song Qingshu said lightly. Ruan Xingzhu frowned. That's the only thing I can't accept. Please change your request. Song Qingshu somewhat appreciated her loyalty and said, Madam, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you add a condition? If Han Xingzhou can turn the tide this time, this agreement will be invalid. If Han Xingzhou falls this time, the Ruan family will submit to me. What do you think? Ruan Xingzhu opened her mouth and wanted to refuse, but the condition made her a little bit tempted. Seeing that she was tempted, Song Qingshu added, The Ruan family has been working for Han Xingzhou for years, and Jia Sherdao and Shimiuan have long seen them as a thorn in their side. If Han Xingzhou falls, you will lose his protection. I don't need to tell you what will happen to the Ruan family. Also, let me remind you that it will be impossible for you to change your family. There are two big royal merchants in the southern Song dynasty. The Ruan family is in the central territory, and the Shui family is in the overseas. There have been all kinds of competitions over the years. If you want to surrender, will the Shui family accept you? As a senior advisor of Han Xingzhou, Ruan Xingzhu knew the close relationship between the Shui family, the Jia family, the Shi family, and the Wang family. Even if Jia Sherdao was willing to accept them, he would give up because of the Shui family. Okay, I promise you. Ruan Xingzhu bit her lip. After all, this suggestion was beneficial to the Ruan clan. She had no reason to reject it. Let us wait and see. Song Qingshu revealed a confident smile. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Ruan Xingzhu hurriedly called out to him. Under his puzzled gaze, her fair cheeks gradually blushed. You're leaving just like that? What else? Song Qingshu asked matter-of-factly. Ruan Xingzhu stamped her feet and whispered, "You took advantage of me just now. Are you going to let it go just like that?" Because they had just reached an agreement, she was not as afraid as she was at the beginning. She even regained some of her usual naughtiness. "Taking advantage?" Song Qinshu said angrily. "You schemed to seduce me, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Seduce? It was the first time Ruan Xingzhu had heard of this word, but it didn't stop her from understanding its literal meaning. She was so angry that she almost passed out. "Since we've just come to an agreement, for the sake of our future cooperation, I'll temporarily forget about you seducing and raping me. However, I'm not done with you bullying Ying. Song Qinshu left these words and quickly drifted away. Only Ruan Xingzhu was left there alone. She gritted her teeth and said, "I've never seen such a shameless person." But as she cursed, she suddenly burst into laughter. She quickly covered her face and felt the heat on her skin. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Meanwhile, when Song Qinshu returned to his room, the guards at the door were already used to him going in and out of the master's bedroom. None of them were stupid enough to stop him. Ren Yingying was still lying quietly on the bed. It was obvious that she had been worried for the past few days. He gently caressed her forehead and relaxed her tightly furrowed brows. He cursed in his heart, "It's all that demoness Ruan Xingzhu's fault." However, in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene of him flipping the red wave. Her passion and gentleness could melt a man of steel into a ball of softness. "It's a pity that I didn't know it was her." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but imagine what would have happened if he had known. I've sinned. Song Qinshu hurriedly dispelled the evil thoughts in his heart. He kept his mind clear and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Ren Yingying kept asking about what happened between the two of them. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly and said, "Yingying, I know you're angry that I didn't recognize the impostor at first, but my attention was attracted by the people of the Isle of Heroes. I was completely focused on Emperor Liang's treasure, so I naturally neglected it." "Oh, so I'm not as important as the treasure in your heart." Ren Yingying snorted. Her pouting lips showed how unhappy she was. In fact, with her personality, she didn't mind this, nor did she mind that she had been imprisoned for so long. What she minded was that her lover had actually mistaken another woman for her. It made her feel a strong sense of defeat. "You know that's not what I meant." Song Qinshu hurriedly began to coax her. "In my heart, even 10 treasures can't compare to a single strand of your hair." Ren Yingying snorted. "That won't do. Now that there are so many people vying for the throne, we need money for the army, horses, and rations. If there really are 10 treasures, I'll cut off all my hair and become a nun to get them back for you." Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh, but he felt warm in his heart. "Then there will definitely be a lot of people who believe in Buddhism." "Why?" Ren Yingying was startled, not understanding what he meant. Song Qinshu stroked her hair and said, "Because people will pretend to go to the nunnery to offer incense just to see a beautiful nun." "Bah, glib tongue." Ren Yingying blushed and spat. "Don't think that I forgive you. I know you deliberately didn't recognize Madame Ruan in order to take advantage of her justifiably." "I'm really wronged," Song Qinshu shouted. But when he thought that he really took advantage of Madame Ruan, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty and his tone became weaker. "Really? Then tell me, you have to warm my meridians every day. With your cultivation, let alone other people, how can you not notice it?" Ren Yingying said a little angrily. Suddenly, her face turned red. "Not to mention that our physical characteristics are completely different. She is a master of disguise. She has planned everything well. She told me that her heavenly Gui came, so it was naturally inconvenient for me to have physical contact with her." Song Qinshu explained. "Really?" Ren Yingying's eyes lit up, and the resentment in her heart eased a little. "You really didn't touch her during this time?" "No. I don't think so." Song Qinshu was a little guilty, and the last word was almost inaudible. At this moment there was a knock on the door. After getting permission, Ruan Xingzhu leisurely walked in. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and her skin was sparkling. Her swan-like neck appeared smooth and elegant. There was a hint of a charming smile on her face. However, the most attractive thing about her was her round and soft waist. When it swayed gently, it was like a snake that was slowly twisting. It made one's heart beat faster uncontrollably. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of that soft and moving waist from last night. That kind of vitality and gentleness made it hard for people to forget. He didn't hide his gaze, but openly admired the curves of the young woman's body in front of him. Feeling his gaze, Ruan Xingzhu didn't show the slightest shyness. Instead, she openly showed in front of him. She was a top-secret agent and knew how to behave. She showed the temptation of her body, but didn't make people feel that she was stroking her hair coquettishly, which would give people a sense of contempt and cheap. "Young Lady Ren, this time I specially came to apologize to you." Ruan Xingzhu didn't forget the original purpose of this trip. As she spoke, she personally held a set of gorgeous clothes made from the finest shoe embroidery. Another wooden plate was filled with a few exquisite pieces of jewelry. They weren't the kind that were blindly expensive. Instead, they were very compatible with Ren Yingying's temperament. Sure enough, Ren Yingying was a little happy at first sight. But she was the dignified saintess of Sun Moon sect, so how could she be bought over by these things? She turned her face away and said coldly, "I don't dare to take Madame's things. Who knows when I'll unknowingly fall into your trap again." A few days ago, she chatted with Ruan Xingzhu very congenially, and in her heart, she regarded her as half a friend. But now that she knew that Ruan Xingzhu had other intentions, she naturally felt suffocated. "Young Lady Ren, you may not know this, but the main reason why I did what I did was that I've always admired Prince Song's great name. I wanted to rely on him, but I was worried that the rumors were wrong. I wanted to get to know his true side at a closer distance. After all, I'm responsible for the future and lives of the hundreds of people in the Ruan clan." Ruan Xingzhu was a smart woman. She knew that no matter how much she apologized to Ren Yingying, she was afraid that Ren Yingying wouldn't forgive her. But she could see that Ren Yingying cared a lot about her lover's career, so she started with Song Qingshu and guided everything to proper business. Ren Yingying's heart was tied to her lover. Knowing that he had obtained another powerful aid, the little bit of unhappiness in her happiness naturally vanished like smoke in thin air. "Oh, is that really the case?" Ren Yingying's attention was indeed diverted. Song Qingshu naturally guessed what little trick Ruan Xingzhu was playing. He looked at her deeply, but didn't expose her. "Yes, Madame Ruan has decided to rely on the Golden Snake Battalion." But Ruan Xingzhu silently mouthed, reminding him that there were conditions, and it wasn't certain whether he would rely on them in the end. Song Qingshu directly ignored her, and began to ask about the situation of the Ruan clan. Ruan Xingzhu knew that she had to show her sincerity, so she didn't hide anything. But when it came to the most important secrets, she just skimmed over them. Song Qingshu knew that he couldn't be too hasty, so he didn't mind. After asking about enough, he began to ask about the Yang clan in Sichuan. "By the way, you seem to have married into the Yang clan in Sichuan. What's your husband's name?" "My husband's surname is Yang and his name is Zhenzhong. He's the Xingyuan Prefecture's judge and the Dan Army's Jijun." Ruan Xingzhu unconsciously added, "Our Ruan clan and the Yang clan only have a political marriage. Usually we live our own lives. He's busy with government affairs, and I'm busy with imperial business. We rarely see each other more than a few times a year." Hearing her last sentence, Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but look at her and happened to meet her gaze. Both of them trembled and subconsciously averted their gazes. They had just clapped for love with her last night, but now they were talking about her husband's situation. Something felt strange. Chapter 1693. After listening to Ruan Xingzhu's explanation, Song Qingshu also understood the general situation of the Yang family. The current family head of the Yang family was her husband, Yang Zhenzhong. He also had a second brother, Yang Jiuan, who was the supervisor of Hejiang Tsang in Xingzhou. Most of the other family members were officials in various parts of Sichuan. Although the official positions were not prominent, and some were not even officials, they were all important departments with real power. Therefore, they formed a huge network. At the same time, many of the Yang family members were doing business. With the protection of this network, coupled with the strong alliance with the Ruan family, they could be said to be powerful in Sichuan. They were fully deserving of being a prominent family. The Yang family is indeed second only to the Wu family in West Shu. Song Qingshu was full of praise. The reason why the Wu family could be first was because Wu Chong and Wu Lin were here in the past. The Wu family's people ran the business for them. However, after Sichuan was conquered by the Mongols, the Wu family's influence was not as strong as before. They might not even be able to compete with the Yang family now. Moreover, unlike the Wu family who attracted the wind, the Yang family was a model example of making a fortune in silence. After all, the official position of the family head was just a general judge, and the second in command was only the supervisor of Hejiang Tsang in Xingzhou. In the eyes of the big shots in the court, they were just small officials. Ruan Xingzhu was also a little proud. She smiled and said, "If young master is interested, I will introduce the Yang family to you when we arrive in Sichuan. I believe Zhenzhong and the others will be very interested in cooperating with young master." "Then I will have to trouble madam." Song Qingshu was having a headache. If he could get the support of the Yang family, he could easily influence Sichuan. Although it was not as exaggerated as secretly controlling Sichuan, it was still possible to influence a quarter or a third of Sichuan. However, the problem now was that he had just slept with the wife of the family head yesterday. If the Yang family knew about this, he would have one more big enemy out of thin air. Song Qingshu had long passed the age of ignoring everything for physical pleasure. He would think more about the influence behind the scenes. If he had known in advance that it was Madame Ruan last night, no matter how seductive she was, he would not have touched her. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. This woman actually did not reveal her identity at that critical moment yesterday. Did she do it on purpose? Song Qingshu looked at the woman in front of him suspiciously. She was dressed in a simple, elegant, and pure white dress. She even looked like a fairy, but who knew if she was two-faced or not? Feeling his gaze, Ruan Xingzhu blushed and turned her face slightly to the side. Feeling his gaze, Ruan Xingzhu blushed and turned her face slightly to the side unnaturally. As if sensing her doubt, Ruan Xingzhu changed the topic. "Gongzi, we're about to enter Sichuan. How are we going to sail? Are we going to Amei first?" Qingshu thought for a word. "Madame Ruan Yen, Qingshu Xian Qingshu is, I will Qingshu. It would be very inconvenient to access the Amei Mountains in the future. Now that he and Zhou Jiruo were not in charge of the Amei Mountains, once the news was leaked, the remaining disciples might not be able to protect the treasures. If it caused trouble to the Amei sect, he would not be able to face Jiruo." Surprise flashed in Ruan Xingzhu's eyes, but she quickly nodded and said, "No problem." Song Qingshu looked into her eyes and said meaningfully, "What I mean is not to borrow the power of the Yang family. Because of the matter between him and Ruan Xingzhu, the Yang family was like a time bomb. He did not dare to bet on them." Ruan Xingzhu was startled, but she quickly realized what he was worried about. Her heart was beating wildly, and she pursed her lips and smiled. "Our Ruan family is a first-class imperial merchant after all. Who knows how much goods we have to transport on a daily basis. Although this batch of goods is hot, it is not a problem for us. All right, I will leave it with you for now." Song Qingshu waved his hand and gestured for her to leave. After Ruan Xingzhu left, Ren Yingying could not help but ask, Song, do you really trust this woman? This woman speaks half-truths. Of course, I can't trust her. Song Qingshu smiled. Ren Yingying could not help but say, then why did you let her keep the treasures? Are you going to throw the treasures at her because she is beautiful? Song Qingshu laughed. No matter how beautiful she is not as beautiful as you. Moreover, she is a married woman. Ren Yingying pouted. Who doesn't know you like that? You love to bully married women. Song Qingshu was drinking tea. He almost spat it out when he heard that. Who said that? This is slander. Ren Yingying looked at him playfully. The ninth princess and Miss Zhou all said the same thing. Ahem, don't listen to their nonsense. Song Qingshu was speechless. Had his reputation been so bad? I just want to make it easier to transport the treasures back to Golden Snake Camp after the matter in Sichuan is over. In this era, the road was tortuous and time-consuming. It was also very unsafe. Therefore, whether it was marching to war or transporting goods, the waterways would be used. Song Qingshu's sphere of influence had not yet covered Sichuan, so he could not transport the treasures back to Golden Snake Camp by himself. Now, the best way was to borrow the Ruan family's merchant ship. After all, the Ruan family was the #1 imperial merchant in the world. The checkpoints along the Yangtze River would let them pass, so they could directly transport the treasures to Yangzhou. Once they reached Yangzhou's territory, the treasures would be safe. Hearing his explanation, Ren Yingying was relieved, but she was still a little worried. What if Madame Ruan becomes greedy and wants to take the treasures for herself? Greed will definitely arise. The key is whether there are effective checks and balances. Song Qingshu patted her little hand. Don't worry, I have a way to control her. Ren Yingying opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say it. By the way, your Sun-Moon sect should have a branch in Sichuan, right? Song Qingshu was perfecting all the details in his mind, so he did not notice her reaction. Ren Yingying came back to her senses and nodded. Yes, but these people are good at fighting in Jianghu. If they want to use them in the court, I'm afraid, Song Qingshu smiled. Don't worry, they don't need to be very capable. We just need to transfer some people to help keep an eye on the place where Ruan Xingzhu keeps the treasures and inform us if there is any unusual movement. Although he was confident that he could control Ruan Xingzhu, he still needed someone to keep an eye on her just in case. Ren Yingying could not help but laugh. That's not a problem. If they can't even keep an eye on her, the Sun-Moon sect doesn't need to mingle in Jianghu. You haven't taught me to play the guqin for a long time. Today, continue to teach me the smiling, proud wanderer. Song Qingshu took a guqin and came over. Humph, I can hear you and Madame Ruan playing the guqin in the secret room these days. You can go to her. Ren Yingying could not help but say sourly. Even now, she was still brooding over it. Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly. You see, Madame Ruan has even prepared to teach me to play the guqin. It's really painstaking. It's not my fault that I couldn't recognize her for a while. Ren Yingying snorted. Forget it. Seeing that you saved me in the end, I won't argue with you. Oh right, it's not good for us to stay in Madame Ruan's bedroom. Let's move back first. Actually, she was not a woman who was easily jealous. Normally, even if her lover took a concubine, she would not have the slightest objection. However, the situation this time was too strange. The key was that Ruan Xingzhu had been impersonating her identity to be with her lover for the past few days. This was unbearable. Therefore, she could not help but complain for a while. However, she had gradually calmed down. Song Qingshu also felt that it was inappropriate to enter and leave Ruan Xingzhu's bedroom so openly. He still wanted to cooperate with the Sichuan Yang family. If any rumors were to spread to her husband, it would really increase the number of variables. The two quickly returned to their own rooms. Then, they began to play the guqin on the deck, living the life of a celestial couple. Ruan Xingzhu stood in the distance and silently watched the two show off their affection. Thinking about how the woman next to Song Qinshu was still herself, she could not help but feel a little absent-minded. Pearl, who was beside her, laughed and said, "Madam, are you jealous?" Ruan Xingzhu spat and said, "Why would I be jealous? I'm just a little shaken. I haven't gotten over my identity yet." The reason why she had been successful in impersonating others was not only because of her excellent disguise skills, but also because of her acting skills. She knew how to hypnotize herself and put herself in the shoes of the target. That way, even she would think that she was the target. Naturally, it would not be easy for her to reveal any flaws. Of course, this also had a side effect. It was easy for her to be immersed in the target's life and not be able to get out of it for a while. Every time, she would need to spend some time afterward to get used to it. This time, impersonating Ren Yingying could be said to have given her all. She had never been so engrossed in her acting before. Subconsciously, she had treated herself as Ren Yingying. She had even replicated Ren Yingying's love for her lover. Unfortunately, in the end, she still fell short of success. That was fine. The biggest problem was that normally she would take the initiative to return to her identity. That way, she would be able to quickly get out of her disguise. But this time, she had been seen through by her opponent. She had been forced out of her disguise. This caused many of the emotions of her identity as Ren Yingying to remain in her memory. For example, she even felt that she had an inexplicable fondness for Song Qinshu. In the dead of the night, she would recall the scene of the two of them sticking to each other like glue that night, and her heart would race and she would toss and turn in bed. Of course, she knew that this was not love. But she knew that if she continued to immerse herself in these emotions, it would be hard to avoid falling in love with him. Thinking of her identity as a married woman, she could not help but sigh, "What a sin! Madam, are we really going to rely on him?" Pearl continued to ask. Ruan Xingzhu grunted, "Of course not. But we can use this as an excuse to deal with him." "Then has the madam thought of a way to get the treasure?" Pearl laughed strangely. "Why don't you consider my suggestion? Use a honey trap. Miss Ren is already by his side." "You still want to use a honey trap? Do you want us to die faster?" Ruan Xingzhu pulled on the maid's ear. She did not know what she was thinking, but she felt her entire body soften. Chapter 1694. Hearing her words, Song Qinshu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "God, you're not playing with me like this, are you?" Then he suddenly reached out his hand and began to pinch Ren Yingying's face. "Are you pretending to be me again?" Ren Yingying was ashamed and angry. She pushed his hand away. "Don't fool around. It's true." Song Qinshu recalled last month's time and finally sighed dejectedly. "Seems like it's really this time." Ren Yingying was also a little embarrassed. She muttered with a red face, "I don't know what's wrong with your body. You think about it all day long. If other people were like you, even if they were made of iron, they would also be useless." Song Qinshu smiled sheepishly. "It's probably because of the blissful Diana that I'm so anxious every day. I'm like a human pile driver." Ren Yingying couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Will it hurt your body?" Song Qinshu patted his chest. "Don't worry. I'm in good health now. What's more, this kind of thing is the mutual support of yin and yang. It follows the supreme law of the universe. The Yellow Emperor has 3,000 women. He not only didn't die of sperm exhaustion, but also ascended to heaven." "Nonsense. Don't be serious." Ren Yingying blushed and spat. She suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but change her face slightly. "You do it every day. How can nothing happen between you and Madame Ruan these days?" "Nothing really happened," Song Qinshu explained with a guilty conscience. Ren Yingying looked at him quietly. After a long time, she smiled slightly. "Song Qinshu, do you know what I like about you?" Song Qinshu was stunned and couldn't help but hold her slightly in his arms. "I'm such an excellent man. Shouldn't you like everything?" "Shameless." Ren Yingying secretly pinched his waist and continued, Most capable men in this world have 3 or 4 wives. For example, my father had a few concubines in the past. Invincible East also had a group of concubines in the past. If they wanted to have a wife, they would do so without any hesitation. They would never ask for a woman's permission, nor would they care about a woman's feelings. But you're different. You'll feel guilty, you'll feel sorry for us, and you'll explain to us in a panic. I feel like you treat us women as equals from the bottom of your heart. You're completely different from the other men in this world. Song Qingshu was ashamed. After all, he came from a future world where equality between men and women was important. Some of his habits would instinctively show, but he didn't expect the other party to look at him in a different light. Ying, you're embarrassing me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ren Ying pursed her lips and smiled. You are now a Wangye, with 100,000 elite troops under your command, 1,000 miles of fertile land. In terms of martial arts and status, you are much higher than my father and Uncle Dongfang. What are 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's more, if you aspire to the world, you should learn from powerful figures like Emperor Guangwu and Emperor Taizu of the Ming dynasty, and use marriage to win over the power of the noble families. Now the Ruan family is the first royal merchant in the world. If you can win Madame Ruan's heart and win over the Ruan family, I'll be more than happy. Why would I be jealous? Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect Ren Ying to be so open-minded, and he understood that her open-mindedness was different from Shuang Er's open-mindedness. Shuang Er was the traditional kind of woman, gentle and kind. She regarded her husband as the sky. As long as her husband was happy, she was happy. Ren Ying stood at a higher level. She directly analyzed the gains and losses, and everything was beneficial to the overall situation. To a certain extent, she was somewhat similar to Zhao Min. Therefore, this kind of woman who was originally in a high position had a really different vision and mind. Of course, this also depended on the person. Many women were also blessed by the heavens, but they were far from this kind of bearing. You don't have to hide it from me. During the day, you two flirted with each other. Something must have happened. Ren Ying's eyes flashed with wisdom. It just so happens that my body is very tired now. Go find Ruan Foreign. No matter what method you use, you must completely conquer her and pull the Ruan family to our side. Song Qingshu looked at her in the wind. Ying, are you joking? He, who came from the future, naturally knew the tricks of these women. This was not a multiple-choice question at all, but the most classic suicide question. Don't think too much, I'm serious. Ren Ying smiled slyly. But I also have another thought. Previously, she made me so miserable. In the future, after she enters the family, see how I will deal with her. Song Qingshu listened with black lines on his forehead. She is a married woman, what do you mean by entering the family? Aya, today's world is in chaos. Even the Empress and Wang Fei are precarious, let alone a member of a noble family, Ren Ying said as she pushed him out. Moreover, looking at her situation, the two most likely have a political marriage. They can only meet a few times a year. How can there be any feelings? Song Qingshu's eyes flashed. Inside, Ren Ying was full of radiance, causing everyone to forget that she was a sage nun who came from the devil cult. After being influenced for more than a decade, how could she not have a bit of a black-bellied side? However, he liked her like this more because she was more three-dimensional and more like a woman, and not like an illusory illusion. Finally, under Ren Ying's urging, Song Qingshu walked out of the room. At the same time, he secretly thought, I've seen a movie called something like Follow the Orders to Pick Up Girls. Does what I did today count? Why does it feel weird? Of course, he would not be blinded by women. He clearly knew that his goal was to control Ruan Xingzhu and the Ruan family. Unknowingly, he arrived at the top floor of the ship where Ruan Xingzhu's bedroom was. Who would have thought that the guards would look at each other and then move out of the way without saying a word? This caused Song Qinshu to be slightly dumbfounded. What situation was this? Originally, he had planned on waiting here for a while and let them go report. Who knew that they would directly let him pass? However, he did not worry about any tricks and directly walked up the stairs. A guard behind him hesitantly said to his companion, "Is it not good for us to do this? This is called having poor eyesight. Did you forget that 2 days ago, Prince Song spent the night in Madame's room? Our Madame is a married woman. This kind of thing naturally cannot be publicized. You specifically went to ask her, how do you expect her to respond to you?" The older companion lectured him in a serious tone. The guard nodded. "Third brother, you are the most thoughtful." A hint of smugness flashed across the older guard's face. "Moreover, it's not like you haven't seen Prince Song's martial arts. If he really wanted to go up, how could we stop him? He is willing to stop to give us face. Naturally, we have to be tactful and not take advantage of him." Another guard could not help but say, "But if this matter is spread out and is known by the son-in-law, it is inevitable that he will vent his anger on us." The older guard snorted. "We have not received any kindness from the son-in-law. On the contrary, it is Prince Song who has saved our lives. Of course, we will be on his side. Moreover, this kind of thing, if you don't say it and I don't say it, Madame will naturally not say it. How would the son-in-law know?" Although several people deliberately lowered their voices, their whispers did not escape Song Qingshu's eyes and ears. He could not help but laugh. He originally thought that they deliberately let him go because of Madame Ruan's instructions. In his heart, his impression of her was somewhat discounted. In the end, it was these people who privately made their own decisions. People at the bottom most loved to figure out the meaning of the top. In those years, Song Qinshu also climbed up from the bottom. He knew that this was their survival wisdom and philosophy. There was nothing wrong with it. When Song Qinshu arrived outside the door, he found that the door was locked from the inside. However, this was not a problem for him. He gently emitted a wisp of jinqi and lifted the door bolt behind the door. He pushed the door open and walked in. This time, he originally came to intimidate Ruan Xingzhu enough so that she would not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Naturally, he would not knock on the door like normal. He did not deliberately conceal the sound of his footstep. However, now that his cultivation had reached the realm of perfection, there was almost no sound when he walked. Thus, Madame Ruan did not notice anything unusual. Suddenly, there was the sound of patter of water in front of him. Furthermore, there was a faint mist. Song Qinshu was startled, thinking that it could not be so coincidental. Bypassing a vermilion pillar, a translucent screen appeared in front of him. However, with his eyesight, a mere screen could not block his view. He saw that Madame Ruan was currently bathing. The mist lingered in the room, making her entire person hazy and magnificent. It made people's hearts tremble. It was as if there were no traces of age on her body. Her skin was like that of a newborn baby, smooth and delicate, white with a hint of red, crystal clear. Her graceful figure caused people to exclaim in admiration. Her slender waist made many young girls feel ashamed of their inferiority. Her slender legs were soft, straight, and light. They were faintly discernible in the water. As they swayed, they set off her proud figure with a peerless elegance, causing thousands of flowers to lose their color. Her entire person was like a young girl, full of youthful vigor. However, it was mixed with a faint mature charm. There was a strange sense of charm and beauty. At this moment, half of her body was soaking in the hot water. She appeared extremely comfortable and relaxed. Her mouth was even softly humming a Jiangnan folk song. Together with the lingering mist and rippling water, it formed an artistic picture. "Pei-er, why did you come back? Didn't I lock the door?" Song Qinshu had walked so close that Ruan Xingzhu finally heard the movement. She asked subconsciously, "This Jiangnan folk song. I can hear that Madame is in a good mood right now." Song Qinshu said lightly, Hearing his voice, Ruan Xingzhu finally came to her senses. She was so frightened that she cried out in alarm. She instinctively tore off a light gauze from the screen and used it to cover her chest. Song Qingshu walked to the side of the bathtub and said sarcastically, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. Isn't Madame deceiving herself by doing this?" It was unknown whether it was because she was embarrassed or because of the steam, but at this moment, Ruan Xingzhu's skin was smeared with a layer of rouge. She bit her lip and said, "Young master, you barged into the women's dormitory in the middle of the night without notifying me. I'm afraid that is not the behavior of a gentleman." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I did notify you, but the guards at the door let me in. See, even your subordinates know of our relationship. Why do you still need to pretend?" Chapter 1695. Who knew that Song Qingshu would remain indifferent and just stand there? "You change. I'll wait for you." Ruan Xingzhu forced a smile and said, "Young master, you must be joking. How do I change?" Song Qingshu walked to the edge of the wooden tub and hooked his hand under her smooth chin. He looked down at her. "Do you think I'm joking, madam?" Ruan Xingzhu's expression changed. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu then continued, "Madam, have you forgotten what happened that night so quickly? Which part of your body doesn't have my mark? Do you still need me to avoid it?" Ruan Xingzhu hurriedly explained, "What happened that day was just an accident. I was using the identity of Ren Yingying, madam. How long are you going to keep deceiving yourself?" Song Qingshu snorted and interrupted her. "I don't care if you did it unintentionally or on purpose. I'm here to confirm something with you." "Young master, please tell me." "As long as I can do it, I will definitely die for it," Ruan Xingzhu said hurriedly. "You don't have to use these pretty words to deal with me." Song Qingshu was indifferent. "Would you also die for it if I asked you to serve me in bed?" Ruan Xingzhu's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She chuckled and said, "If young master doesn't mind my appearance, I am willing to serve you." Facing this ace spy who could beat an Oscar-winning actress, Song Qingshu didn't know how many of her words were true and how many were false. Of course, he wouldn't take her service to heart. He went straight to the point. "Madam, you don't have to use your beauty anymore. I came here to confirm that the Ruan family won't betray me." "How could we? Young master has done the Ruan family a great favor. How could we repay kindness with enmity?" Ruan Xingzhu said with a pale face. "As the saying goes, gold moves people's hearts. With such a large amount of treasure, who would believe that you wouldn't be moved?" Song Qingshu said as he looked at her quietly. Ruan Xingzhu hurriedly tried to explain. "Young master," Song Qingshu reached out his hand to stop her from continuing. "You don't have to be so polite. What I want to hear is a specific method. How can I ensure that you won't betray me?" Ruan Xingzhu opened her mouth, but no words came out for a long time. She knew that her usual methods would not work on the man in front of her. However, if she wanted to ensure that she could not betray him, she could only use some method. No matter what, she did not want to use those methods on herself. Looking at Madame's expression, you must have thought of it. Usually, Madame must have all kinds of checks and balances to control your henchmen. Madame must have wronged you now. As soon as Song Qingshu finished speaking, he reached his hand into the barrel and sucked. A thread of water was swiftly sucked into his hand. Ruan Xingzhu was startled. Before she could react, Song Qingshu raised his hand and a few sparkling and translucent ice flakes instantly shot into a few major acupoints on her body. All of this happened in an instant. If Tianshan Tonglao was watching from the side, she would also be in awe of his skill. It should be known that the water in the barrel was clearly hot water, but he was able to instantly turn it into thin ice. This skill was truly amazing. However, Ruan Xingzhu did not know any of this. She only felt an icy cold sensation coming from her acupoints. Following that, she felt as if her entire body was being bitten by millions of ants. This kind of feeling made her cry out involuntarily, "What the hell is this?" Her cry was particularly eye-catching in the silent night. The guards outside the door looked at each other in dismay. One of them could not help but mutter, "I didn't expect that madam, who is usually so obedient, would actually scream so loudly." Another person said, "I find it even more strange that Prince Song is so gentle. I didn't expect him to be so troublesome." The third guard at the side smiled slyly and said, "Isn't that right? If it wasn't for the fact that his wife doesn't feel pain when using her, why wouldn't he do his best to fight back?" Yuan Xingzhu, who was in the room, could not hear these discussions. Otherwise, she would probably die from anger. However, even if she heard it now, she would not have the strength to pursue it. "Madam, you have traveled extensively. You should have heard of the life-death talisman, right?" Song Qingshu examined Yuan Xingzhu and asked with a smile. Yuan Xingzhu was currently in the hot water, but a gust of cold air came out of her body. Her teeth chattered as she replied, "The life-death talisman of the Spirit Vulture Palace?" A trace of surprise flashed through Song Qingshu's eyes. "Madam, you are really knowledgeable." As he spoke, he grabbed her hand. "Madam, don't damage this egg-like delicate skin. I beg you, let me die." Yuan Xingzhu's voice no longer had the usual calmness and routine. Only the weakest pleading was left. Song Qingshu pinched her mouth and stuffed a pill in. He gently lifted her chin. After Yuan Xingzhu swallowed the pill, the horrifying numbness and itchiness in her body gradually disappeared. However, the fear from before still lingered on her face. "This pill is not the antidote. It can only temporarily suppress the life-death talisman in your body." Song Qingshu let go of her mouth. "Young master is so ruthless." Yuan Xingzhu's previously rosy cheeks were now pale. She looked more delicate and pitiful. Unlike her usual disguise, she now revealed everything naturally, which made her even more attractive than usual. "Ruthless?" Song Qingshu smiled. "Actually, I have other methods to control you. For example, the 3-corpse brain divine pill of the Sun Moon sect. I can plant corpse worms in your head. When it acts up, the worms will break out of the shell and eat your brain. There's also the leopard embryo meridian-changing pill of the divine dragon sect. Once it acts up, it can change a person's body shape greatly. Madam is tall and beautiful now, but if it acts up, you will most likely become short and ugly, like a big winter melon." Yuan Xingzhu had heard of these 2 poisons before. After hearing his description, she immediately felt her hair stand on end. Regardless of whether it was the cadaveric worms gnawing on her brain or the transformation of a beautiful woman into a freak, they were both extremely terrifying things. "I don't know what young master wants to do." After all, Yuan Xingzhu had experienced great storms and waves. She slowly calmed down and was no longer as afraid as she was at the beginning. She paused and suddenly said with a red face, "Young master, can you let go of my hand?" Just now, when the life-death talisman acted up, he had grabbed her hand to prevent her from scratching her skin. However, because of the previous struggle, the clothes covering her chest had already flown away. Song Qingshu was startled. Only then did he notice that his eyes were filled with the smoothness of snow. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He let go of her hand with an embarrassed smile. Feeling the remaining smoothness on his fingertips, he even somewhat regretted that he had been too hasty last night. Who asked him to not know her real identity at that time? A charming feeling flashed through his mind, and Song Qingshu regained his clarity. He said in a deep voice, "Since Madam is a businesswoman, then let's talk business. Madam, please take good care of this batch of treasures. In the future, when they are safely delivered to the place I designate, I will cure Madam of the life-death talisman's poison. In addition, I will give you 5% of this batch of treasures as a reward." The reason why he wanted to give 5% as a reward wasn't because he had too much money to burn. It was because he understood that if he wanted a horse to run, he had to feed it. Blindly oppressive policies could easily cause a rebellious mentality, causing the Yuan clan to obey him in public but oppose him in private, which might bring more troubles. Only by tying the interests of both sides together and sharing weal and woe was the long-term solution. Yuan Xingzhu's entire body had shrunk under the water, only revealing her head. When she heard his words, her expression couldn't help but change. In the beginning, she thought that she would be enslaved by him in the future. She was thinking about how to get rid of him, but when she heard that he was willing to give 5% of the treasures. The amount of treasures in Emperor Liang's batch was huge, so 5% was already quite generous. No, 5% is too little. I want at least 10%. After all, Yuan Xingzhu was a businesswoman. Even though her life was in the hands of the other, she still courted death and started to raise her conditions. Song Qingshu's expression darkened. Madam, don't push your luck. Giving you 5% is already an exceptional kindness. However, Yuan Xingzhu stubbornly raised her head. The Yuan clan is also taking a big risk in this matter. The key is that we can't do this without our young master. Therefore, I feel that we are worth 10% of the reward. Song Qingshu looked at her deeply, and Yuan Xingzhu also stared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. If young master doesn't agree, we'll just fight to the death. After a long time, Song Qingshu finally revealed a smile. I admire Madam's integrity. I believe that you will be a reliable partner in the future. Fine. 10% is 10%. In fact, he had already planned to give 10% of the reward from the very beginning. He deliberately said that to prevent Yuan Xingzhu from asking for too much. As for losing 10% of the treasure, he didn't care too much. After all, the value of the Yuan clan far exceeded that 10% of the treasure. Moreover, he had other plans. If he could completely subdue the Yuan clan, this 10% of the treasure would just be a transfer from his left hand to his right hand. In the end, it would be the entire Yuan clan that would return. However, Yuan Xingzhu didn't expect him to be so straightforward. She immediately became overjoyed and said, "A gentleman's word. A promise cannot be taken back." A smile also appeared on Song Qingshu's face. Yuan Xingzhu gave him a deep look and suddenly extended her hand. This won't do. We need to establish a contract. And we don't have pen and paper right now. Let's pinky swear as proof. Pinky swear. Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are the dignified clan head of the Yuan clan. You actually used such a childish method? Who said it was childish? This is the most ancient contract method. After pinky swear, I believe that even the world-famous Prince Qi wouldn't break his promise to a little girl like me, Yuan Xingzhu replied with conviction. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her white and tender arms that were exposed above the water's surface. Somewhat unnaturally, he averted his gaze and said, "Fine, let's pinky swear as proof." Their fingers came into contact. Feeling her soft and small hand, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. My goodness, she really is an enchantress. It seems that I have to leave quickly. Otherwise, I really won't be able to bear it. He had come here to ensure Yuan Xingzhu's reliability. He didn't have any other objectives. Now that he had accomplished his task, he naturally prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around and was about to leave, Yuan Xingzhu grabbed his hand. He couldn't help but turn his head and stare at her in confusion. Madam, what do you mean? Yuan Xingzhu's eyes were somewhat fluttering. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, she said in a low voice, "Just now, because of young master's life-death talisman, the clothes on the screen were all wet. Right now I can't get up. Can I trouble young master to carry me back to the bed?" Chapter 1696. Yuan Xingzhu didn't understand why she would suddenly say something like that. Was it because the experience last night had been deeply engraved in her heart and she had experienced something she had never felt before? Of course, she suppressed this thought as soon as it flashed through her mind. She quickly found an honorable reason. Everything was for the benefit of the Ruan family. Getting closer to him would bring more benefits than disadvantages. Young master, you can take it as an invitation. Ruan Xingzhu also felt that the word seduction was too harsh, so she changed to a more tactful term. Looking at the faintly discernible mermaid in the water, her jade-like arms, delicate collarbones and milk-white skin, Song Qingshu had to admit that she was very alluring. However, he still shook his head and refused. I don't like women who are willing to sell their bodies to achieve their goals. She was the most successful and top-notch spy in the world. Thinking of the famous spies in his previous life, which one of them didn't use their bodies as a weapon? Ruan Xingzhu's delicate body trembled. How could someone as smart as her not understand what he meant? Thinking of how she had been misunderstood the first time she had taken the initiative with a man, she felt extremely wronged. Perhaps it was because of the unwillingness in her heart, or the anger of being misunderstood, but she didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she bit her lip and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I will never sacrifice my body for a mission because I have the trump card of disguise. This is my pride and also my dignity." Song Qingshu was silent. "Madam, you don't need to explain this to me." Ruan Xingzhu ignored him and continued to say, "Aside from my husband, you are the only man in this world who has touched me. Plus, my husband and I don't spend much time together. We haven't seen each other many times in the past few years." As she spoke, she suddenly blushed and thought to herself, "Why did I say all this out loud?" Song Qingshu was also stunned. Having read countless people, he could naturally tell whether an ordinary person was telling the truth or not. Of course, a top-notch secret agent like Ruan Xingzhu might not be as easy to judge as an ordinary person. However, the two of them had been intimate before, and the blissful Zen technique he cultivated was very sensitive to yin and yang qi. Ruan Xingzhu's pure yin qi was extremely dense. If she didn't control her private life, she definitely wouldn't be able to accumulate such dense pure yin qi. Therefore, he knew that she wasn't lying. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Forgive me for not being able to stand up and send you off," Ruan Xingzhu said desolately in such a situation. The natural restraint of women made Ruan Xingzhu a little embarrassed. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would turn around and say, "I was impolite just now and caused Madam's clothes to be wet. To make amends, I will carry Madam back to the bed." Suddenly, Ruan Xingzhu's somewhat pale cheeks seemed to be stained with blood. She let out an almost inaudible hum. At the same time, she secretly cursed herself for being useless. She was the one who had invited him. Why was she so embarrassed when the matter came to a head? Hearing her promise, Song Qingshu smiled and bent down to pick her up from the wooden barrel. Her body was so soft that it felt boneless. He couldn't help but sigh at how her body displayed the softness and beauty of a woman to the extreme. Ruan Xingzhu also had mixed feelings. Although she was mature enough, how could she be as calm as she usually was when she was being carried in the arms of a man? Reason told her that she was playing with fire, but the throbbing in her heart kept pounding against her. She couldn't help but have impudent thoughts and expectations. He carried her to the bed. Just as he was about to put her down, Ruan Xingzhu stopped him. "Don't. My body is wet. Putting me on the bed will dirty it. Take a towel and help me wipe it." Song Qingshu couldn't help but reveal a playful expression. "Madam, you're playing with fire." Ruan Xingzhu lowered her head, so her expression couldn't be seen. He could only hear her faintly say, "I'm a woman, but I'm not afraid. Gongzi is a man, so what is there to be afraid of? Since Madam has an order, Song Mao will naturally obey." Song Qingshu smiled. He stretched out his hand and took a clean towel from nearby. He gently wiped the water marks on her body from her bath, and put her down on the bed. He wanted to cover her with a brocade quilt, but he didn't know why he was reluctant to do so. "Do I look good?" Ruan Xingzhu's eyes were misty. She looked at him with a bit of anticipation and nervousness. She had skin that even a young girl couldn't compare to. Her entire body was as smooth and delicate as milk. Her eyes were as dazzling and enchanting as the stars. Time didn't leave a single trace on her body. Her waist was slender and soft, as if he could hold it with a single hand. Her plump and slender thighs were so beautiful that they made his mouth go dry. "You look good," Song Qingshu answered honestly. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her husband was actually able to live apart from such a beautiful wife for so many years. He didn't know what he was thinking. It was truly a reckless waste of God's gift. "It's a pity that I couldn't serve Gongzi with my true appearance last night." Ruan Xingzhu's alluring red lips parted. She wanted to say something but stopped. Song Qingshu wasn't an old pedant who had a pure heart and few desires. In this situation, the woman had already expressed enough. If he continued to play dumb, even he would look down on himself. "It's true that I have many regrets without swallowing my feelings. It just so happens that today is a beautiful day. Why don't you let me have a good taste?" Feeling the other party holding his hand, Song Qingshu smiled and conveniently lay down. The next day, Ruan Xingzhu didn't wake up early to deal with business as usual. She slept all the way until the sun was high in the sky. She subconsciously touched her side and discovered that it was already empty. She couldn't help but spit, running away after playing. What a heartless person! Originally, she was a little apprehensive about her decision yesterday. But now, she was completely satisfied and had no regret. After all, most of the time reason was useful. But the impulse of a whim was even more irresistible. No wonder the boudoirs of Jiangnan all say that he's the perfect lover. He's handsome, and his martial arts are incomparably powerful. No matter what kind of martial arts he has, he's powerful. Thinking of her shameful parts, she blushed like a little girl. She hugged the brocade quilt and rolled around, as if a great secret had been discovered. Just as she was putting on her clothes, the maid Pearl came in with a basin of water. She knocked on the door and walked in. "Madam, you're awake." "What's that smell?" The maid's words caused Ruan Xingzhu's face to turn red. Of course, she knew what was going on. It was the smell of an intense night of battle. She hurriedly ordered, "Open the window and let some air in." "Okay." Pearl placed the water beside the dressing table and ran over to open the window. She said in surprise, "Madam's complexion is so good today. Your skin is so white and rosy. Pearl is envious." "Really?" Ruan Xingzhu ran to the side of the mirror and began to look at herself. Unlike the blurry bronze mirrors that most people used in this era, she used a glass mirror that she had obtained from a merchant in Venice. After all, they were the #1 imperial merchant in the world. Even though they didn't specialize in overseas trade, they still had channels to obtain some Western good. However, this kind of mirror was too difficult to make and was extremely precious. She only had this one. Looking at the beautiful woman in the mirror, Ruan Xingzhu was a little surprised. She originally thought that after staying up late last night, she would have dark circles under her eyes. She didn't think that her complexion would be so good. Could it be that the man's thing was a great supplement? As soon as this thought appeared, Ruan Xingzhu hurriedly spat. "What's wrong, madam?" Pearl heard the commotion and turned around. "What's wrong, madam?" "It's nothing." Perhaps it was because she was thinking about the scene from last night, but Ruan Xingzhu felt her entire body go soft. She was afraid that Pearl would notice something was wrong, so she quickly changed the topic. "That's right, where are Prince Song and Miss Ren?" They woke up early in the morning and were playing the guqin on the deck. Pearl couldn't help but sigh with envy. One of them plays the guqin and the other dances with a sword. They really are a match made in heaven. Ruan Xingzhu usually made similar sighs, but hearing these words today, she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. After all, no matter which woman it was, if the man ran off to another woman the next day, they would all feel a little jealous. For the next few days, the few of them acted as if nothing had happened during the day. They chatted about all sorts of things. Ruan Xingzhu was the #1 imperial merchant in the world, and had traveled extensively. Ren Yingying was the saintess of Sun-Moon sect, and had seen many things. Song Qingshu had the memories of 2 lives, so no matter what the topic was, he was able to answer it. After nightfall, although Ruan Xingzhu didn't take the initiative to express anything, she silently left the window ajar. Song Qingshu listened to her and understood her intentions. In order to avoid rumors, he didn't openly visit her. Often, the 2 of them wouldn't speak for an entire night, only the most primitive and intense exchanges. In the end, Ruan Xingzhu wasn't sure if she was doing this for the sake of completing the mission or for her own selfish motives. Just like that, time passed day by day. The Mirror Lake ship traveled along the river and entered the borders of Sichuan. During this time, the few of them disembarked and went to the towns along the way to ask for information. Unfortunately, the entire city of Chengdu only allowed entry but not exit. No information could be transmitted out. As a result, the current situation in Chengdu had many different opinions, and no one knew what was going on. Under normal circumstances, with the influence of the Ruan and Yang families in Sichuan, Ruan Xingzhu could openly bring Emperor Liang's treasure to Chengdu and then come out. However, due to the current situation in Chengdu, she didn't dare to take the risk. Finally, after a discussion, the few of them decided to stop the Mirror Lake ship in a small city dozens of miles away from Chengdu. With the stronghold of the Ruan family here, they didn't need to worry about the safety of the Mirror Lake ship for the time being. Shortly after, Ruan Xingzhu brought along a few carefully selected trusted subordinates and followed Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying into Chengdu city. In order to avoid their identities being exposed and alerted, the few of them had changed their attire in advance. Whether it was Ruan Xingzhu or Song Qingshu, both of them were grandmasters in disguise. At present, even those who were familiar with them wouldn't be able to recognize them. Chapter 1697. Yang Zhenzhong. Why does this name sound so familiar? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and subconsciously glanced at the woman on the other side. Ruan Xingzhu's delicate body also trembled, and she subconsciously stopped in her tracks. Although the change in her expression could not be seen clearly because of the disguise, it was obvious that her heart was in turmoil. "Let's go in and have a seat," Ren Yingying suggested considerately, knowing that the other party wanted to know what was going on. Ruan Xingzhu glanced at her gratefully, then the group entered the restaurant and walked upstairs to the place where the voice had just come from. Although the entire Chengdu city had been sealed off, the inside of the city was not affected too much. It still maintained its prosperity, and any random restaurant by the road was also bustling. After going upstairs, a group of people gathered around a table and chatted while drinking. The voice just now had obviously come from one of them. An Army's Yang Zhenzhong has always had prestige in Sichuan. It's normal for Wu Shi to want to rope him in. General Yang is really a man of iron bones. He would rather die than follow that traitor Wu Shi and commit treason. I feel that his death was not worth it. The Yang family has such a deep foundation in Sichuan. Now that the country is in trouble, he should have stood up and led everyone to suppress that dog Wu Shi. In the end, he died. It's really painful for the close ones and happy for the enemy. After confirming her husband's death, Ruan Xingzhu's body swayed. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu's sharp eyes and quick hands supporting her waist, she would have fallen to the ground. Although she said that she had no feelings for him, the two of them were husband and wife. In this era, the husband was the backbone of a woman. Although Ruan Xingzhu was not an ordinary person, she was still a woman. Song Qingshu also frowned when he heard this. If Wu Shi really committed treason, why could this group of people openly discuss political affairs in the restaurant? Was it because Wu Shi's control over Sichuan was far from enough, or were these people not afraid of death? But no matter what the situation was, it could be seen that the hearts of the people were aligned. Even though the southern Song dynasty was weak and muddle-headed, it was still a righteous cause in the hearts of the majority of the Han people. In the future, if there was a conflict with the southern Song dynasty, they must not neglect this point, lest they inadvertently become the common enemy of the Han people. Ruan Xingzhu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Just as she was about to step forward and ask about the details, a timid and stubborn voice came from the side. Nonsense, Ling. General Wu is a great hero with an indomitable spirit. How could he do such a thing? Everyone looked toward the direction of the voice, and their eyes suddenly brightened. A young nun was sitting at the table in the corner. She was delicate and pretty, her countenance was dazzling, she was indeed a peerless beauty. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and had a graceful figure. Although she was wrapped in a loose black robe, it could not hide her graceful figure. Beside him sat a valiant man with a fierce face. However, he was dressed like an ascetic monk, which made him look a little out of place. A nun paired with a monk, what kind of situation is this? Many people had the same doubt in their hearts. Song Qingshu could roughly guess the identity of these two people. That valiant man was a famous rapist in the pugilistic world, Tian Buguang. Song Qingshu had met him once before, but looking at his monk's attire, it was most likely that he had been cut off by the monk Bujie. When he thought about how Tian Buguang looked so manly on the outside, but in truth, he was no longer a real man, Song Qingshu couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. That monk Bujie was truly ruthless enough. As for this delicate and pretty little nun, she was naturally the character that the vast majority of readers in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Lin. No wonder a rapist like Tian Buguang would fall head over heels for her. As expected, I can't help but feel pity for her. Although Song Qingshu approved of her looks, he had no other thoughts. He had no interest in a nun, especially that little bald head of hers. It completely didn't meet the standard of a woman with long hair that flowed like a waterfall. The moment you meet a nun, you will definitely lose every bet. No wonder Ling Huchong said such a thing back then. It was most likely because he didn't appreciate nuns. Hence, even though he knew that Lin was deeply in love with him, he chose to ignore her. On the contrary, when he met Ren Yingying, he immediately fell in love with her. Oh no, this time I meet a nun. Am I going to be unlucky as well? Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched. One must know that although the phrase, "the moment you meet a nun, you will definitely lose every bet," sounded like a joke, but in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, it had a huge magical effect. In the original work, during the Hengyang Grand Assembly, after Abbess Ding heard Lin's narration, she said, "What, the moment you meet a nun, you will definitely lose every bet? That's all nonsense. How can anyone believe that? There are so many people here who have seen us, master and disciple. Are they all unlucky?" Then some netizens made a magical summary of the people who were present at that time and mentioned their names. First was the master, Lu Jingfeng, who was exterminated not long after. Taoist Tianmen of Taishan sect died suddenly at the Song Mountain Assembly. Qingqing sect was almost exterminated by Lin Pingzhi. The main figures of Huashan sect at that time were Lin Pingzhi, Yu Lingshan, Lao Dinua, and Liang Fa. Lin Pingzhi was imprisoned at the bottom of West Lake, Lao Dinua was chained together with two monkeys, Yu Lingshan was killed by Lin Pingzhi, and Liang Fa was beheaded. Ding Yi Nun herself was killed by Yu Buchuan, and Lin suffered the pain of lovesickness alone. Ling Huchong also narrowly escaped death in order to save her. After that, his fate was even more difficult, and he had experienced all the bitterness of the human world. Therefore, this sentence was really poisonous, and it was better not to raise some flags randomly. While Song Qingshu was thinking about it, the group of people had already begun to refute. "Little nun, you are not from here, right? Who in Sichuan doesn't know that Wu Shi is a traitor? Originally, when everyone heard someone say good things about Wu Shi, they were about to fly into a rage, but found that the other party was a delicate little nun, so they couldn't help but have a good impression of her, and their anger naturally subsided a little. Tears rolled down Lin's beautiful eyes, and she was about to cry out. Although I am not from here, I know that General Wu is definitely not a traitor, definitely not. Song Qingshu was puzzled when he heard this. Looking at Lin's appearance, it was obvious that she knew that Wu Shi was Ling Huchong, but shouldn't this matter be extremely secretive? Suddenly, he came to a realization. According to the plot, when the Heng Shan sect was robbed by the Song Mountain sect disguised as the people of the devil cult, Ling Huchong's Wu Tianda saved them. At that time, the whole Heng Shan sect should have known Ling Huchong's identity. Forget it. If it weren't for the fact that you are an ignorant little nun, we would definitely not spare you for speaking up for that traitor. The group of people saw that she looked pitiful and cute, so they couldn't bear to scold her. They just ignored her and continued to chat. Lin opened her mouth and wanted to defend her sweetheart, but Tian Buguang, who was next to her, pulled the corner of her clothes and lowered his voice to stop her. We just came here, so we don't know anything. Let's listen to the situation first. On the other side, Ren Yingying couldn't help but sigh. Lin really likes Ling Huchong. Song Qingshu deliberately sighed. Unfortunately, the one Ling Huchong likes is Blackwood Cliff's Miss Ren. Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she pinched him and then said, "This kind of joke is not funny, and the person he likes is his little junior sister." Song Qingshu nodded, obviously agreeing with her. In the original work, although Ling Huchong was amazed by Ren Yingying at the beginning and was also very moved by her behavior, in his heart, he still loved his little junior sister Yu Lingshan. Only after the two of them experienced a series of things in the middle and late stages of the novel did he love Ren Yingying more and more. However, whether he liked Ren Yingying or Yu Lingshan more, even at the end, was still controversial. Now in this world, because of Song Qingshu's interference, the relationship between the two of them had not had time to develop as perfectly as in the original work, so he had a chance to take advantage of it. Before, outside Yangzhou City, when Song Qingshu was poisoned by the golden ripple flower and was unable to resist, it was through Yu Lingshan that he persuaded Ling Huchong, which also explained some problems. At this time, the people at the table began to talk again, each of them filled with righteous indignation. Wu Shi, that dog, betrayed the country for glory, but in addition to Yang Xinzhong, there are still many hot-blooded men in the officialdom. Yes, Chen Xian, who is in charge of strategy and writing, shaved his head and refused to submit to the Jin dynasty. I also heard that the official in charge of writing in Lizhou Road, Shi Ziqin, blinded his eyes and refused to be a false official appointed by Wu Shi. After listening for a while, Song Qingshu could not help but be secretly shocked. Wu Shi previously secretly communicated with the Jin dynasty. This matter should be extremely confidential and could not have been leaked. How did all these people know that he wanted to surrender to the Jin dynasty and make himself the king of Shu? No wonder Chengdu was sealed, and most of the other provinces and counties in Sichuan were also watching. Many people originally did not want to obey Wu Shi, but after hearing the news of the defeat of the Southern Song dynasty, they probably had a lot of ideas. In addition, Wu Shi originally controlled more than half of the military power in Sichuan, so the situation was out of control. At this time, the people at the other table also slammed the table and stood up. These are all loyal martyrs. Let me tell you about a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He could not be talking about Lin Pingzhi, could he? Song Qingshu had used his connections to send Lin Pingzhi here, and it would not look good for him to make a traitor. The ancestor of the Murong family of Gusu is the sworn brother of the founder, Murong Yanzhao, the commandery prince of Hunan. He has been loyal for generations and has a great reputation in Jianghu. Chiao Feng of the north, Murong of the south, such great prestige. This time, as the transport envoy, everyone expected Murong Fu to stand out and lead the people to rebel, but he was the first to accept Wu Shi's false appointment and become the prime minister and chief clerk. Bah! That person said with righteous indignation. Song Qingshu thought that with Murong Fu's determination to restore the country, it was indeed easy for him to participate in Wu Shi's betrayal. Now, the only thing he was not clear about was why Ling Huchong betrayed the country. Looking at Yuan Xingzhu, who was at the side, and seeing that her eyes were lifeless, Song Qingshu sighed and walked to the side to ask about Yang Zhenzhong on her behalf. In the end, he confirmed the news of Yang Zhenzhong's death. When he came back, he could only say to her, "The deceased has passed away. My condolences, madam." Yuan Xingzhu shook her head. "How could he commit suicide? I don't believe it. I want to go back to the Yang family." Although Yang Zhenzhong held a position in Qingyuan Mansion, the Yang family was in Chengdu. Song Qingshu said awkwardly, "I also want to see what happened to Wu Shi. I may not be able to accompany Madame back to the Yang family." This was the reason why he came to Sichuan this time, and Ren Yingying had been worried about this. At this time, it was unlikely that he would change his plan for another woman. Chapter 1698. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. It must be that the two of them on the bed, no, the romantic time on the boat was nothing, but now that her husband had died, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty, so she instinctively didn't want him to go with her. The goods on the Mirror Lake are safe for the time being. After dealing with things here, I will come to you and send the goods to Yangzhou as promised. After saying goodbye to him, Ruan Xingzhu stood up and left with the people of the Ruan family. Song Qingshu was not worried. Not to mention that Ruan Xingzhu was under the life and death spell, he had also found time to control some of the backbone members of the Ruan family. Therefore, even if Ruan Xingzhu risked her life, she couldn't take Liang Yuandi's treasures. At the same time, after entering Sichuan, he asked Ren Yingying to mobilize some people of the Sun-Moon sect to keep an eye on the Mirror Lake. If there was any abnormal movement, they would get the news. Of course, after the rapid progress during this time, Song Qingshu didn't think that Ruan Xingzhu would take this opportunity to betray him. As the saying went, everything was done. Although they weren't in love, they had some feelings for each other. Looking at the backs of the Ruan family members leaving, Ren Yingying couldn't help but say, "Song Qingshu, are you really not going to help her? If I go, her husband won't come back to life. Why should I add to her sadness? I believe Mrs. Ruan can handle the affairs of the Yang family by herself." Song Qingshu took her hand and said softly, "I came to Sichuan for you, not for her." Ren Yingying blushed. Although she was a little shy, she felt more sweet in her heart. "I just asked about Lin Pingji. I heard that he abandoned his position and left. He probably went to find Yu Tsanghai for revenge." A trace of worry flashed on Song Qingshu's face. Although Lin Pingji's swordsmanship improved greatly after he taught him the 5-mountain godly sword, he didn't have much time to practice. This kind of righteous martial arts focused on accumulation, so he might not be able to help him succeed in revenge in a short time like the Bixia sword book. Moreover, his internal force cultivation had always been his weakness. Qinqing sect was a sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. If he went alone, he probably wouldn't be able to take revenge. That Miss Yu should be accompanying him. Moreover, I don't think Lin Pingji is a reckless person. If he doesn't have absolute confidence, he won't make a move. Ren Yingying explained. Song Qingshu nodded. I hope so. With so many things to deal with here, he couldn't make a special trip to Qinqing Mountain. At this time, Yi Lin and Tian Buguang, who were in a distant corner, saw that the people at the table were talking about the same things over and over again. They knew that they wouldn't hear any new news, so they stood up and left. Ren Yingying tugged at her lover's sleeve. Let's follow them and see if Yi Lin and the others have any information. Song Qingshu nodded. All right. He was also curious as to why these two would appear here. On the other hand, Ruan Xingzhu anxiously returned to the Yang family's mansion. At first, she was still holding on to a glimmer of hope. However, when she saw the white cloth hanging at the entrance, her entire body softened. Pearl hurriedly supported her. My condolences, madam. Even though the people of the Ruan family didn't have deep feelings for this son-in-law, he was still the son-in-law. Thinking that their madam would become a widow in the future, they all felt sympathy for him. After a long time, Ruan Xingzhu calmed down and took a deep breath. Let's go in first. As they walked in, the sound of sobbing could be heard. At this time, the servants of the Yang family noticed them and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Madam is back, madam. Halfway through, they suddenly remembered that their master was gone. Where did the joy come from? Ruan Xingzhu was no longer in the mood to deal with these servants. She quickly walked towards the main hall with a straight face. She saw that it had already been turned into a mourning hall. All sorts of Taoists and the like were performing rituals at the side. In front of the mourning hall, some women were crying and kneeling in a circle. Ruan Xingzhu glanced at them and recognized that they were all her husband's concubines. It should be known that the two of them only had a political marriage and had been separated for a long time. Ruan Xingzhu was unable to fulfill her duties as a wife. She also felt somewhat guilty in her heart, so she turned a blind eye to the matter of him taking in concubines. Sister, madam, when the group of women saw her, they all rushed over and began to cry. The mournful atmosphere made Ruan Xingzhu's eyes start to turn red. However, she was a woman who had experienced great storms and waves after all. Very quickly, she collected her emotions. When did Master pass away? About 5 days ago, when we received Wu Shi's conscription letter. One of the concubines couldn't finish her sentence and was already sobbing. The reason why she was so sad was partly because of Yang Zhenzhong, and partly because she was afraid of the future. The fate of women in this world was already rough. After losing their husband as a backer, their fate for the rest of their lives could be imagined. Where's Master's body? I want to see it, Ruan Xingzhu suddenly said. Another person pointed at the coffin at the back of the mourning hall. After Master's accident, we hastily collected his body and transported it back to Chengdu. We planned to bury him in the ancestral grave. Originally, we had sent someone to inform Madame, but with the chaos of war, we most likely wouldn't be able to find Madame for a while. I didn't expect Madame to return so soon. I just happened to come to Sichuan to do something, Ruan Xingzhu answered casually. She walked to the back of the mourning hall and gently stroked the shiny black coffin. Thinking of the marriage alliance years ago, she had married into Sichuan with a heart full of apprehension. Thinking of how, although they were far apart these years, they could still be considered to be respectful to each other. Humans were not plants and trees, so how could they be emotionless? Unknowingly, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. A stream of tears rolled down her fair cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Zhenzhong, I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to see you for the last time. After crying for a long time, she suddenly said, Has the coffin been sealed? Find someone to open the coffin. I want to see Master. As soon as this sentence came out, apart from the concubines, even the Yang family instantly burst into an uproar. Madam, you can't do that. How can we open the coffin? Won't this disturb Master's rest? Opening the coffin will be very inauspicious. Ruan Xingzhu knew that it was a taboo to open the coffin in this society. If she was in the Ruan family, she could stand up against the opinions of the masses. However, she was now in the Yang family. Moreover, there were already many people in the Yang family who were somewhat critical of her behavior of showing her face outside. Now that her husband was dead, who would listen to her? Second uncle? Where is second uncle? Ruan Xingzhu knew that she couldn't explain things clearly to these people, so she could only pin her hopes on her husband's brother. The two brothers were the ones in charge of the entire Yang family. Although the patriarch was her husband, Yang Zhenzhong, Yang Jiuan also had great power. The two of them helped each other in the officialdom, and many matters in the family were decided by the two brothers after discussion. Yang Jiuan was a local official, so his experience was naturally not comparable to that of ordinary family members. Right now, Ruan Xingzhu had some doubts in her heart. She believed that only second uncle could stand on her side now. Second master has been keeping watch here for the whole night. He's currently resting in the study, someone immediately answered after hearing her question. Ruan Xingzhu nodded and turned to walk towards the study. When she was about to reach it, Yang Jiuan had already received the news and came out to welcome her. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back." Yang Jiuan was about 10 years younger than her husband, but he had the calmness of mingling in the officialdom. Coupled with his dignified appearance, Yang Zhenzhong had often praised this capable younger brother of his when he was alive, believing him to be the hope of the family. If I had come back a few days earlier, this might not have been the result. Ruan Xingzhu was also filled with guilt. This matter can't be blamed on Madam. It can only be said that this is fate. However, when Big Brother knows that you're back, he will definitely be smiling in the underworld. Yang Jiuan comforted her while inviting her into the study. At the same time, he personally poured a cup of tea for her. "Right, speaking of which, sister-in-law has something to ask of you," Ruan Xingzhu suddenly said. Yang Jiuan sternly replied, "Now that Big Brother has unfortunately passed away, sister-in-law's matter is my matter. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as Jiuan can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Ruan Xingzhu frowned slightly. She felt that his words sounded strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. In addition, she was in a hurry to open the coffin, so she didn't think too much about it. She continued to say, "I want to open the coffin and take a look at your big brother." Yang Jiuan couldn't help but frown. Opening the coffin is not a small matter. Why would sister-in-law have this idea? Ruan Xingzhu explained, "I know your big brother's personality. Although he is somewhat dull, he is not a reckless person. Even if he was unwilling to accept Wu Shi's appointment, it is unlikely that he would make such an extreme choice as suicide." There was another reason that she didn't say. Although they spent more time apart than together, she knew her husband's affection for her. She knew that he would not be willing to abandon her like this. Yang Jiuan was shocked. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean?" Ruan Xingzhu pondered for a moment before saying, "I suspect that your big brother did not commit suicide." "Then who killed him?" Yang Jiuan slammed the table and stood up. Clearly, he was extremely agitated when he suddenly heard this news. "I only have a suspicion. I'm not very sure, so I need to open the coffin and examine his body." Ruan Xingzhu suddenly thought of something. "Right, I heard that you were the one who buried your big brother. Did you notice anything unusual at the time?" Yang Jiuan shook his head. "I didn't notice anything unusual at the time. Maybe I was too sad at the time and didn't pay attention to anything else." "Is that so?" Ruan Xingzhu was a little disappointed and began to think. "But I also feel that Big Brother can't die without knowing why." Yang Jiuan pondered for a moment, then said resolutely, "I support opening the coffin and examining the body." "That's great, but the people from the Yang family." Ruan Xingzhu was very experienced. She knew that this matter would be very difficult to handle. Yang Jiuan also frowned and said, "Those people are indeed a problem. You should know that the people here have always believed that opening the coffin is not a good thing. If we open the coffin publicly, I'm afraid it will cause a huge uproar, and we may not succeed. Why don't we open the coffin and examine the body secretly in the middle of the night? This way, we won't alarm the people in the family and should be able to minimize the impact." Ruan Xingzhu nodded. "That's good." In fact, she had thought of a similar idea just now, but it was impossible for her to do it alone. Now that she had Yang Jiyuan's help, it was naturally different. Sister-in-law, I need to make some arrangements first. I need to see how we can send the people on night watch away at night to make some time, Yang Jiyuan said. Okay, I'll go change into morning clothes first, then go to the morning hall to pay my respects to your big brother. Ruan Xingzhu revealed a bitter smile and quickly left with a heavy heart. Chapter 1699. Ruan Xingzhu returned to her room and changed into a set of snow-white morning clothes. When she came out, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Her skin was originally fair, and when she wore the white muslin, she looked even more pitiful and delicate. Many people in the family sighed. The wife was so beautiful, but the master passed away. How unlucky! Of course, there were some who harbored ill intentions. The master passed away just like that, leaving behind a young and beautiful wife. Who knows which man would take advantage of her in the future? Of course, although everyone had their own thoughts, they all maintained a mournful expression. Ruan Xingzhu knelt in front of the morning hall. As she burned joss paper for her husband, she cried silently. The people around her felt the same way, and no one dared to disturb her. Looking at the coffin not far away, Ruan Xingzhu swore to herself, Zhenzhong, I will find out the truth. I will not let you die in vain. When they entered the city, it was almost evening. It took them a while to get back to the Yang clan. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and the people around them began to lessen. After all, this was not the first day of Yang Zhenzhong's death, nor was it the 7th day of his death. The other members of the Yang clan came to accompany him for a while, and then went back to do their own things. Even Yang Zhenzhong's concubines had their own things to take care of. They took turns to eat, wash, and so on. With Yang Jiyuan controlling the situation from behind, the people in the morning hall quickly left one by one. In the end, only Ruan Xingzhu and a few maids were left. It was midnight, and the maids began to doze off. Ruan Xingzhu thought for a while, and then ordered Pearl to take the maids away. After all, if the news of opening the coffin was leaked, it would cause a huge commotion. The fewer people who knew, the better. Pearl nodded and quickly found an excuse to take care of the maids and servants. Only Ruan Xingzhu was left in the morning hall, kneeling in silence. Not long after, Yang Jiyuan hurried over. Seeing her beautiful figure, he couldn't help but stop and admire it for a while. Then he walked over and said, Sister-in-law, I have arranged everything. Okay, thank you. Ruan Xingzhu nodded and prepared to stand up. Perhaps it was because she had been kneeling for too long, but her legs were a little weak. On top of that, her head was a little dizzy. Her entire body swayed, and she looked like she was about to fall. Yang Jiyuan quickly ran over to support her. Sister-in-law, be careful. Thank you. Ruan Xingzhu's condition had finally stabilized, and she retracted her hand without a trace. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, when she had first joined the Yang family, this second uncle of hers was still a child. She had only treated him as a younger brother. The reason why she kept her distance from him was because of a woman's reserved nature and the etiquette she had been taught since she was young. Yang Jiyuan didn't show any special expression. He said naturally, I've sent away all the people nearby. No one will come here for a while. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured. All right, let's open the coffin and examine it, Ruan Xingzhu suddenly said hesitantly. Why don't we see the coroner? Yang Jiyuan explained, opening the coffin is not a trivial matter. The fewer people involved, the better. Otherwise, if it is leaked, we will face a lot of trouble. As for examining the corpse, we are all considered to be part of the Jianghu. It shouldn't be a problem to see if there are any external injuries or poisoning. Moreover, I have participated in many cases when I was in Xing province, so I have experience in this area. Ruan Xingzhu felt that what he said made sense, so she didn't dwell on it. The two of them came to the coffin together. Yang Jiyuan bowed respectfully. Big brother, we didn't want to disturb your rest. We just wanted to make sure that you weren't harmed. If you know in the underworld, you can blame me. It has nothing to do with sister-in-law. Ruan Xingzhu hurriedly said, "This was my idea. Second uncle, you were just helping me. If Zhenzhong wants to blame someone, he should blame me." Yang Jiyuan smiled. "All right, sister-in-law, we don't have to fight anymore. Even if Big Brother knows in the underworld, he won't blame us. Sister-in-law, step back a little. I'll open the coffin." "All right, be careful." Ruan Xingzhu lifted the hem of her dress and took a few steps back. Yang Jiyuan had been fiddling with the coffin for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "Sister-in-law, come and help me. Press down here." Ruan Xingzhu knew that it was indeed very troublesome for one person to open such a large coffin, so she didn't have to worry about him. She walked over and asked, "Is it here?" "Just a little bit more." "Here? What are you doing?" Looking at the angry expression on Ruan Xingzhu's face, Yang Jiyuan said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I accidentally touched your acupuncture point. Let me see where I touched it and unseal it for you." "Take your filthy hands off me." Ruan Xingzhu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. So the murderer is you. How could she not understand what was going on? Unfortunately, she suddenly heard the news of her husband's death today. Coupled with the matter with Song Qingshu, her heart was filled with guilt. As a result, her reaction was a little slower than usual. She ignored Yang Jiyuan's several unreasonable words and actions, which led to her being controlled by him. "Sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense." Yang Jiyuan shook his finger. "What murderer? I don't understand at all. How could Ruan Xingzhu believe his nonsense?" She bit her lip and glared at him. "I was wondering why Zhenzhong would commit suicide. There must be something fishy about it, but I never thought that the murderer would be you. Your father died early. In those early years, your eldest brother raised you single-handedly. It can be said that an elder brother is like a father. Why did you do such a disgraceful thing?" Ruan Xingzhu's chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that she had discovered the truth, which shocked and angered her. Yang Jiyuan was also provoked. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with agitation. "I'm saving the Yang family. What did eldest brother obtain after following Han Xingzhou for all these years? He's just a Xingyuan prefecture judge, and I'm just a small warehouse manager. Although I can be considered a department with real power, in the eyes of those big shots in the imperial court, this kind of official is nothing. The dignified second young master of the Yang family is actually just a warehouse manager. I feel ashamed every time I tell others." Ruan Xingzhu's eyes were filled with deep disappointment. "That's because Minister Han is afraid that we'll attract the wind when we're a tall tree. The Ruan family is already the #1 emperor in the world, and the Yang family is a first-class noble family in Sichuan. If they appoint you to a high official position, it'll be like adding oil to the fire, and people will be jealous of you. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Yang family is destroyed." Yang Jiyuan waved his hand to interrupt her. "Don't talk about this nonsense. The Han family is the #1 family in the two Song dynasties, but didn't Han Xingzhou also become a general? And the Jia family, the Shi family, the Wang family, and the Shui family, which of these families isn't far superior to our Yang family? Didn't they also become prime ministers and generals?" Ruan Xingzhu was speechless by his question. For a moment she really didn't know how to answer him. Yang Jiyuan snorted and continued, "Moreover, Han Xingzhou's northern expedition has failed miserably, and Wu Shi has betrayed him. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that he's finished. When the time comes, how can we, as the Han faction, end up well? As the saying goes, a building is about to collapse. Of course, I have to find another way out for my family." Ruan Xingzhu's mind flashed, and she finally understood. "You've sided with Jia Sherdao," Yang Jiyuan said calmly. "Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Prime Minister Jia will definitely win this power struggle. Why would the Yang family die with Han Xingzhou? This is called choosing a good tree to nest in. You're comparing yourself to a beast. No wonder you killed your brother. Ruan Xingzhu was full of regret. She hadn't been back to the Yang family for years, so she wasn't familiar with the Yang family at all. As a result, she didn't know that Yang Jiyuan's mentality had changed so much over the years, and she hadn't been able to warn her husband in time. I'm doing this for the family. Yang Jiyuan obviously thought that such a thing was a bit rebellious, so he tried to find a reason to convince himself. I've prevented the Yang family from dying. The ancestors of the Yang family will understand me. You're being unreasonable. Ruan Xingzhu quickly thought about how she could get out of this situation. Should she pretend to be polite to him and stall for time until the rest of the Yang family came? But she had sent Pearl and the others away, and the Yang family. Since Yang Jiyuan dared to expose himself here, he was obviously fully prepared. At that moment, Yang Jiyuan finally calmed down a bit. He stared at her face and said softly, "Actually, I have another reason for doing this." What reason? Ruan Xingzhu wanted him to talk more. That way, she would have enough time to wait for people to come and think of a way. Yang Jiyuan didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked closer and admired her face as if he were looking at a piece of art. "Sister-in-law, do you know? When you married into the Yang family, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I thought, how could there be such a beautiful woman in the world, and I swore to myself that I would marry you. Unfortunately, you're my sister-in-law." Even though she realized something when he stared at her, Ruan Xingzhu was still shocked to hear him say it. "How old were you back then? How could you have such thoughts?" "Age doesn't determine one's ambition," Yang Jiyuan interrupted her. "Plus, love can make a man mature earlier. That's not maturity. You're a pervert." Ruan Xingzhu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. However, fear began to rise in her heart. If Yang Jiyuan really had designs on her, he would have done it in the dead of the night. "Whatever you say. Anyway, I've already achieved my long-cherished wish. I'm finally going to have you." Yang Jiyuan moved closer to her and took a deep breath. "Sister-in-law, you smell so good." "Shameless." Ruan Xingzhu had goosebumps all over her body. Unfortunately, her acupoints had been sealed, so she couldn't resist at all. "Sister-in-law, do you know how many nights I've been thinking about you? Even in my dreams, I dream of getting intimate with you. However, you only come back a few times a year. It's difficult for me to even see you," Yang Jiyuan suddenly said hatefully. "Sometimes I wonder if Big Brother is a man. He actually allowed his beautiful wife to show her face in public. Since he's wasting God's gift, I won't be polite anymore." Yang Jiyuan's expression turned a little dark. His finger gently lifted a corner of her clothes. "You look so good in morning clothes." This time, Ruan Xingzhu really panicked. "What are you doing? This is your big brother's morning hall. You'll be struck by lightning." "So what if it's my big brother's morning hall? It's more exciting this way." Yang Jiyuan gulped. In the end, he couldn't hold back and pounced on her. Chapter 1700. What's the matter? Yang Jiyuan couldn't help but be furious. The dream that he had dreamed of since he was young was about to be realized, but he was interrupted at this critical moment. If it wasn't for the fact that he had given a death order not to disturb him unless it was the most urgent matter, and he guessed that his subordinates might indeed have an urgent matter, he might have pulled out his sword and chopped the person outside. Sensing the anger in his voice, the person outside hurriedly said, "General Shun Xiaolong of the Xing Province Middle Military wants to see Master." Shun Xiaolong? Yang Jiyuan frowned. They were both officials of the Xing Province, so he naturally knew who Shun Xiaolong was. Shun Xiaolong was a famous person in the Xing Province. Although he was a military official, he regarded himself as a scholar. He even gave himself the nickname Three Emotions Taoist, and recited a lousy poem all day long. Fate comes and goes like water, love gathers and scatters like water. Shin Xiaolong's background was a bit mysterious. Some said he used to be a man of Jianghu who was frustrated in love. Some said he used to be a failed Juren who gave up learning and entered the military after a long period of failure. Some even said he was from the Shin family of Shanin. But as far as he knew, there shouldn't be such a person in the Shin family. Sometimes, Yang Jiuan even speculated maliciously. This guy always talked about love. Could he have been a rapist in the past? However, this person was an important person in the Qing province military, second only to Yang Zhenzhong. He also said he would come to see Yang Jiuan soon. Yang Jiuan didn't dare to neglect him. He ordered his subordinates outside, "Tell him to wait for me in the study." After hesitating for a moment, he carried Ruan Xingzhu and ran to a secret room next door. Then he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I will come back to accompany you after I get rid of the people outside." Ruan Xingzhu trembled with anger, but her acupoints were sealed, so she couldn't do anything. After a few steps, Yang Jiuan seemed to have thought of something. He walked back, took out a handkerchief, wrapped it into a ball, and stuffed it into her mouth. "Hee, in case you scream." Wu Ruan Xingzhu struggled. The anger in her eyes seemed to melt the other party. Yang Jiuan laughed. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will come back to serve you soon." Thinking back to the warm and moving feeling when he hugged her just now, he simply wanted to get on her immediately. Unfortunately, he understood that business was more important. Yang Jiuan felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in his lower abdomen, and he walked faster and faster. Soon, he arrived at the study, and he saw that other than Shin Xiaolong, there were a few other people there. Some of them he recognized, some of them he didn't. All of them sat there with solemn expressions on their faces, and the room was filled with a solemn atmosphere. "Brother Yang." Seeing him arrive, Shin Xiaolong hurriedly got up and saluted. "Brother Shin, this." Yang Jiuan was puzzled. Shin Xiaolong quickly said, "About the matter I told you last time, I don't know if Brother Yang has considered it or not. Do you want to join?" Yang Jiuan noticed that when he spoke, the people around him were all staring at him with unfriendly expressions, vaguely surrounding him in the middle, as if he would be attacked if he said no. Yang Jiuan hurriedly said, "It's my duty to kill a traitor, not to mention that this traitor killed my big brother. If I don't take revenge, then I'm not a man." Before, Shin Xiaolong had come to probe him. It must be known that Wu Shi's sudden betrayal caught the soldiers and civilians in Sichuan off guard. Some chose to obey, some chose to watch from the sidelines, but there were some hot-blooded men who disregarded the danger and chose to eliminate the traitor for the country. However, Wu Shi was in charge of the military power in Sichuan, and he also controlled the Sichuan government, so these people who were determined to serve the country could only act with extreme caution. With Brother Yang's help, there's no need to worry about failure. Shin Xiaolong was overjoyed. The reason why he came to find Yang Jiuan was that the Yang family played an important role in Sichuan, and his big brother had just died because of Wu Shi. Yang Jiuan smiled and then asked, "Who are these brothers?" Shin Xiaolong introduced, "This is Jinshi Yang Junyu, this is Li Kunchen, and this is Li Biao. Brother Yang should have heard of them." Yang Jiuan cupped his hands and said, "I've heard of you for a long time." He was not just trying to flatter them. These were all famous people in Sichuan, even if he had not seen them before, he had heard of them. Shin Xiaolong pulled another group of people and introduced, "These are Wu Shi's subordinates, Zhang Lin and Zhu Bangning. Brother Yang should know them. We've even drunk a few times." Yang Jiuan exchanged greetings again. Shin Xiaolong continued, "This is the military warrior Li Gui, and this is the Jianghu hero Lai Fu. Both of them are highly skilled in martial arts. Nice to meet you. The country can only prosper because there are loyal and righteous people like you." Yang Jiuan was secretly shocked. He also knew martial arts, so he could clearly feel that these two people's martial arts were superior to the others. Of course, the most unfathomable one was still Shen Xiaolong, but he could not see through him. The group of people modestly declined for a while, and Shen Xiaolong said, "Brother Yang, we plan to take action tonight." Yang Jiuan was drinking tea, and he was so shocked that he almost spat it out. "So soon?" Shen Xiaolong nodded. As the saying goes, speed is important in war. The longer we delay, the more likely that Wu Shi will be on guard, so we have to catch him unprepared. Yang Jiuan looked embarrassed. "Won't we be courting death with so few people?" Shen Xiaolong replied, "We still have dozens of heroes waiting for the signal outside. We can set off at any time." Yang Jiuan still shook his head. "There are still too few people. Wu Shi's palace is heavily guarded, and he himself is a top-notch master. The possibility of our success is zero." The news of the martial contest had spread all over the world, and everyone knew that Wu Shi's swordsmanship was outstanding. "What if we can persuade Gus Morong Fu to join us?" Yang Junyu asked. "Morong Fu?" Yang Jiuan was shocked. Didn't he accept Wu Shi's false position? Yang Junyu shook his head and said, "He may also be forced by the situation. After all, the Murong family has been loyal for generations since Duke Yanzhao of Hunan Commandery King. Murong Fu also has a good reputation, so there is no reason for him to do this." Li Zhenkuan, who was at the side, also added, "Moreover, during the martial contest, Murong Fu lost to Wu Shi by a single move. I don't believe he's willing to be Wu Shi's dog." At this time, Shen Xiaolong spoke up, "Brother Yang, our official positions are too low and cannot convince the masses. After we kill Wu Shi, we need someone to take care of him. After thinking about it, the most suitable candidate is none other than Murong Fu. Not to mention, he lost to Wu Shi by a single move, so dealing with Wu Shi's superior martial arts will increase our chances." General Zhang Lin said, "Now Murong Fu holds an important position in Wu Shi's puppet regime and controls a considerable part of the power. As long as we incite him to betray us, we have a 90% chance of success." Shen Xiaolong continued, "I heard that Brother Jiuan and Prince Murong have a good relationship. Why don't Brother Jiuan come forward and persuade him?" This. Yang Jiuan was a little hesitant. He was not worried about anything else, but he was going to go back and kiss his sister-in-law after dealing with the visitors, but if he went with them, how could he finish it in a short time? Don't hesitate. Once you miss today's opportunity, you won't find such a good opportunity again. Shen Xiaolong subconsciously glanced at Zhang Lin and Zhu Bongning. These two were not only Wu Shi's subordinates, but also responsible for guarding him for the second half of the night. This rotation would probably take 10 days to half a month, and during such a long time, it was very likely that something would happen. Zhang Lin and Zhu Bongning's identity would also be very easy to be exposed. "Well, I'll try." Yang Jiuan got up and walked to Murong Fu's residence with a group of people. The other party's residence was in the same direction as Wu Shi's current residence, so there was no need to worry about delay. The group of people quickly arrived at Murong Fu's residence. Because of Yang Jiuan, they were able to meet him without any problems. Shen Xiaolong went straight to the point. "Young master, are you going to be the prime minister of this traitor?" Murong Fu was faced with the same situation as Yang Jiuan just now. He could feel that this group of people was ready to strike, as if he only needed to nod his head and a thunderous strike would come. Although he boasted of his superior martial arts, the other party was outnumbered. Furthermore, Shen Xiaolong was their leader, and there was also Li Gui, the brave warrior of the army, and Lai Fu, the righteous warrior of the pugilistic world. All of them were experts. In this small space they might really be able to kill him. Murong Fu reacted quickly. He immediately cried and howled, "My Murong family has been loyal for generations. How can I be a traitor?" The Murong family had been hiding their intention of recovering the Great Yen Kingdom very well. Apart from a few people who knew about it, most people's impression of the Murong family was that they were the descendants of the southern He County prince who fought together with Emperor Taizu. Therefore, no one doubted his words. He continued to cry, "It's a pity that I don't have any soldiers in my hands, so I can't rise up. Only a hero can kill this traitor." What he said was indeed from the bottom of his heart. Everyone was shocked and terrified by Wu Shi's betrayal, but he was the happiest. He could sense that this was a great opportunity, and he had never felt so close to the recovery of Great Yen. If he could handle it well, he might be able to seize the fertile land of Shu, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the time was right, he could raise the banner of Great Yen, and that would be considered as fulfilling the long-cherished wish of his ancestors. Yang Junyu, a jinshi, smiled and took out a roll of imperial silk. He said, "Prince Murong, receive the imperial edict. His Majesty has appointed you as the appeasing envoy. You will control the troops in Sichuan and kill the traitor, Wu Shi." "Yes, sir." Murong Fu was overjoyed. The appeasing envoy was a temporary position set up by the imperial court during wartime. It was in charge of the military and government of a region. Although it would be abolished after the war, it was still a very powerful position. It could be said that it was the head of the military and government of a region. Yang Jiuan frowned. He had already joined Jia Shidao's side, so he knew that the imperial court didn't issue such an edict. So this imperial edict, as a rich family in Sichuan, the Yang family had seen the real imperial edict. Soon, he noticed that the imperial edict in Yang Junyu's hand was a little rough. He immediately realized that this imperial edict was forged. However, he immediately noticed the meaningful expressions on the faces of the others around him. Obviously, they also knew about it and were most likely involved in it. Now the situation was critical. As long as they could kill Wu Shi, not only would they not be punished for forging the imperial edict, but they would also be rewarded. If they failed to kill Wu Shi, they would also die, and the crime of forging the imperial edict would be forgotten. This Murong Fu is truly a wily old fox. Yang Jiuan sneered secretly. Even he could see that the imperial edict was fake, let alone the descendants of the commandery king of Hunan. God knew how many imperial edicts their family had kept. Although he cursed, he didn't say anything in the end. He knew that the most important task at the moment was to kill Wu Shi. After a short discussion, the group directly rushed to where Wu Shi was. After Song Qinshu and Ren Yingying separated from Ruan Xingzhu, they secretly followed Yi Lin and Tian Buguang. Tian Buguang was experienced in Jianghu, so he quickly noticed that they were being followed. He was about to fight, but Song Qinshu revealed his true identity. Tian Buguang suddenly looked like he had seen a ghost, and he didn't have the courage to draw his sword. Chapter 1701. Song Qinshu ignored him and directly asked Yi Lin. After Yi Lin found out about their identities, especially after learning about Ren Yingying, she was simply overjoyed. It could be said that she told him everything she knew. It turned out that although Yi Lin lived in Mount Heng, she often paid attention to news about Ling Huchong. Because of what happened in Fujian, she also knew that Ling Huchong was Wu Shi Wu Tianda. Therefore, when she heard the rumor that Wu Shi had betrayed the country, she was the first to not believe it and came all the way to Chengdu. Bujia was busy, so Tian Buguang volunteered to protect her. Knowing that both sides had the same goal, Song Qinshu and Ren Yingying no longer hesitated. They directly rushed to Wu Shi's mansion, planning to ask Ling Huchong directly. He was a strong martial artist, and Tian Buguang was also good at movement technique. It was not difficult for them to bring the two women and easily sneak into Wu Shi's mansion. Along the way, they did not alert any guards, but Song Qinshu was full of doubts. Isn't this a little too smooth? I feel that the level of the guards in this mansion is really not good. Not to mention me, even a second or third-rate Jianghu person might not be able to stop them. They wandered around the mansion for half a day but still could not find Ling Huchong. They had no choice but to catch a guard. After some questioning, they found out that this was the official mansion arranged by the imperial court for Wu Shi. Not long ago, he claimed to be the king of Shu and publicly built a temporary imperial residence. He had moved there long ago. The king of Shu's mansion? Song Qingshu frowned. They had just entered Chengdu today and did not know the situation here. Yilin and Tianbuguang were obviously the same, so they came empty-handed. After asking about the location of the king of Shu's mansion, the group was ready to rush there. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. Ren Yingying, who was beside him, was very observant. She noticed his abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Qingshu took out a bell from his bosom, and it was currently vibrating rapidly. "Is this the bell of the heart parasite?" Ren Yingying was, after all, the saintess of the Sun-Moon sect. She was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized the item from the Five Immortals sect. "Yes." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and explained to her what had happened. Back then, he had thought that Ruan Xingzhu was Ren Yingying, so he had given her a bell to protect herself. In the end, he had been too busy and had forgotten about it. "It seems that Madame Ruan is in danger now." As Ren Yingying spoke, she suddenly felt a little jealous. "Humph, I didn't have this to protect myself when I was in danger, but you knew immediately when she was in danger." Song Qingshu was also extremely embarrassed. "Didn't I mistake her for you before? Then I forgot to get the bell back." He also understood that this kind of thing would make any woman depressed. He hurriedly said, "Forget it. Let's go to the king of Shu's mansion." However, Ren Yingying shook her head. "This bell is ringing so urgently. Obviously, Madame Ruan is in great danger. If she was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But now, she is related to the safety of your goods and the future ownership of the Ruan family. So, we have to save her first." Yingying. Song Qingshu was moved. Everything she did was for the benefit of her lover. Which man wouldn't be moved? On the side, Yilin's eyes flickered as she looked at the two. In fact, her heart was full of doubts because she knew that Big Brother Linghu and Miss Ren were a couple. What was the situation now? However, she was kind-hearted. Although she had some doubts, she was too embarrassed to ask them directly. "Yilin, Tianbuguang, you go to the king of Shu's mansion to find Ling Huchong and ask him. Song Lang and I will come later," Ren Yingying said to the two. "Oh, okay." Yilin nodded hurriedly. She had a noble temperament that made her subconsciously obey. From the guard, he found out the location of the Yang family's mansion and found that it came from the same direction as the bell. Song Qingshu knocked the guard out and then asked Tianbuguang to take care of Yilin. He quickly rushed to the Yang family's mansion with Ren Yingying. Although Chengdu was a big city, Song Qingshu's lightness skill was excellent. He used it all the way and arrived at the Yang family's mansion in a short time. Looking at the white elegiac couplets at the door, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Yang family is holding a funeral now. Why is she in danger? Ren Yingying said, "Go in and see." The two sneaked in quietly. Now that the Yang family had lost their master, the defense was much more lax than usual. However, even if the defense was tight, it couldn't stop the two. They followed the instructions of the heart-poisonous insect bell and went all the way to the morning hall. Song Qingshu said curiously, "Why is there no one in the morning hall? Something abnormal must be a demon. Be careful." Ren Yingying reminded. "The bell is vibrating more frequently. It seems that we are approaching the target." The two searched all the way and finally found Madame Ruan tied to a bed in a secret room next to the morning hall. "Madam, this is..." With Ren Yingying around, it was not convenient for Song Qingshu to untie her personally. He stood at the side and asked in confusion. Seeing this familiar yet strange man, Ruan Xingzhu's eyes became misty. She almost cried. The 2 hours just now were the most difficult and darkest hours of her life. She was afraid to hear footsteps, afraid that the door would be opened, and afraid that Yang Jiyuan would come back. She knew what kind of fate was waiting for her at that time. However, she was conceited and quick-witted. She couldn't think of any way to get out of this situation, no matter how hard she racked her brains. The acupoints all over her body were sealed and tied up. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth and she couldn't make a sound. The only thing she could do was to wait for Yang Jiyuan to come back and visit her. However, when she thought that the coffin of her husband who was killed by him was still next door, she wanted to die immediately rather than suffer that kind of humiliation. However, it was difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. Along the way, she trembled in fear many times, but she didn't know why Yang Jiyuan didn't come back. This rekindled a glimmer of hope in her desperate state. She kept circulating her energy to break through her acupoint. However, after half a day, she could only move her hands, which were tied behind her back. Just as she was about to fall into despair again, her fingertips suddenly touched the heart venom bell on her wrist. She thought of what Song Qinshu had said to her and shook the bell with hope. Firstly, she wasn't sure if the bell was that magical. Secondly, even if she could really contact him, he was currently working for Miss Ren. Why would he waste time on a woman he had nothing to do with? Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, she didn't expect to see him break through the door. At that moment, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. In the past, she used to scoff at the plot of the hero saving the damsel in distress in Jiangnan novels. Now, her heart was beating faster. She gradually understood. No wonder they liked it so much. Madam, are you all right? At this time, Ren Yingying untied the ropes and acupoints on her body. However, she saw that Ruan Xingzhu was sitting there in a daze without saying anything. Ren Yingying couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Ruan Xingzhu blushed and quickly retracted her gaze from Song Qinshu. Song Qinshu said with a smile, How do you plan to repay me for saving your life, madam? Ruan Xingzhu's expression turned serious. If young master can kill Yang Jiyuan for me, I can promise you anything. Previously on the Mirror Lake, the two of them had the most intimate relationship, so she subconsciously said that, but she did not think about what it meant for a woman to agree to anything. As expected, Ren Yingying's expression became strange. Song Qinshu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly changed the topic. Yang Jiyuan seems to be your husband's younger brother. Why only then did Ruan Xingzhu tell her the whole story? Ren Yingying, who was at the side, was infuriated. How shameless! Song Qinshu said in a deep voice, Where is Yang Jiyuan now? I'll help you take revenge. Firstly, he did want the loyalty of the Ruan family. Secondly, it would be intolerable if he didn't kill this kind of person who killed his brother and bullied his wife. He just received the notice and went out to meet some guests. I don't know where he is now. Although Ruan Xingzhu looked weak on the outside, she had single-handedly taken charge of the Ruan clan all these years. Furthermore, she had never relied on her husband. Deep down, she could be considered a strong woman. However, she had encountered the sudden death of her husband today, followed by the incident of her brother-in-law. For the past half a day, her heart had been on an emotional roller coaster ride. As a result, she suddenly had a feeling that it was good to have a man to rely on. He should still be in the residence. Let's go out and look for him. Song Qinshu brought the two women to the study room to search for Yang Jiyuan, but after looking around, there was no trace of Yang Jiyuan. In the end, he grabbed a guard and questioned him. He had left with Shun Xiaolong and the others for a while. Where did he go? After asking again and again, the guard still didn't know where Yang Jiyuan went. The few of them suddenly fell into an impasse. At this moment, a fire suddenly lit up a few miles away, and there were faint sounds of fighting. Ren Yingying's expression changed. That's where the king of Shu's residence is. Looks like something happened there, Song Qinshu said to Ruan Xingzhu. We're going to the king of Shu's residence now. Yang Jiyuan might be there. Why don't you go with us, madam? Unexpectedly, Ruan Xingzhu shook her head. I lost my composure just now. Now that I've calmed down, I realize that killing Yang Jiyuan isn't a good choice. After all, in the eyes of those who don't know him, he's still the righteous second master of the Yang family. If we're not careful, we'll give ourselves a handle. When that happens, all kinds of rumors will spread, and it won't be good for either of us. Song Qinshu was stunned, but he soon understood her concerns. After all, Ruan Xingzhu was a beautiful woman. Now that she was a widow, there was a lot of gossip in front of a widow's door. The Chinese people had a rich imagination, and they were the best at thinking in that direction. When the time came, under the influence of someone with ulterior motives, it would be easy for people to think that she had colluded with him to murder her husband and then killed the second young master of the Yang family who had discovered their affair. Compared to Yang Jiyuan murdering his own brother, this rumor was easier to believe. Thank you for reminding me, madam. Song Qinshu was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Now that he wanted to fight for the world, what he cared about most was his reputation. If he was involved in this dispute, he would be doomed eternally. Ruan Xingzhu quickly said, I won't go to the king of Shu's residence. If young master runs into him there, just pretend that nothing happened. I need to make some arrangements, contact the subordinates loyal to Zhenzhong, and collect decisive evidence to give Yang Jiyuan a fatal blow. If madam stays here and encounters danger, Song Qinshu said with a frown. Hearing his concern for her, Ruan Xingzhu's heart warmed. She smiled and said, After all, I've been running the Ruan family for so many years, and I've been through all kinds of storms. I fell into the trap because I didn't expect Yang Jiyuan to be the murderer. If I fail again, I'd rather die. Chapter 1702. Madame Ruan is really thoughtful. Congratulations on adding another capable assistant. On the way to the king of Shu's mansion, Ren Yingying said with a faint smile. Song Qinshu said grumpily, Come on, you are obviously worried about Ling Huchong now, but you pretend to be calm to tease me. Ren Yingying hurriedly explained. Song Qinshu pressed her lips and said, Humans are not plants or trees. Even if you keep a cat or a dog for a long time, you will develop feelings, let alone a human. Don't be too anxious and think that you can't forget him. Don't blame yourself for this. It's all human nature. Ren Yingying looked at him deeply and said, Song, it's my greatest luck to meet you in this life. She was not lying. No other man in this world could be so calm and magnanimous. The time they had spent together with Ling Huchong before had become a thorn in their hearts. Only Song Qinshu had not only let it go, but he had also come to comfort her. Song Qinshu couldn't help laughing. If it was 2 years ago, you wouldn't believe it yourself. At that time, you wanted to kill me. Ren Yingying couldn't help laughing when he reminded her of the past. She blushed and said coquettishly, You were such a rascal at that time. Murong Fu, 3 Emotions Taoist Xin Xiaolong, Yang Jiyuan and more than 70 people directly rushed into the king of Shu's mansion. The guards outside did not stop them because Zhang Lin and Zhu Bongning were garrison generals, so they let them in. However, they were not the only guards in the king of Shu's mansion. When they reached the inner layer, they were stopped by another garrison general, who trespassed into the king of Shu's palace. At this time, Jinsher Yang Junyu directly took out the imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. It listed a total of 20 crimes of Wu Shi's treason and specially appointed Murong Fu as the pacification envoy to suppress the rebellion, saying that only the leader would be punished, and the rest would not be investigated. The guards listened and looked at each other. In the end, no one knew who took the lead, but they all dispersed. Shen Xiaolong and the others were even more shocked. He'd originally thought that there would be a bitter battle here, but who would have imagined that these guards would actually surrender without a fight? Could it be that everyone was on the side of the imperial court and was unwilling to be coerced by Wu Shi to commit treason? Now that there was a chance, everyone wanted to set things right? However, he did not have the time to study this problem. Instead, he led a group of people and rushed into the inner residence. "What are you doing?" It was so noisy outside that Wu Shi finally heard the commotion and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing a group of people rushing over aggressively, she couldn't help but be surprised. "You've betrayed the country and proclaimed yourself the king of Shu. We've come together to kill you. Hand over your life," Murong Fu reprimanded in a stern voice. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he drew his sword and stabbed towards Wu Shi's vital points. Wu Shi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing that the other party was using a killing move, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly drew his sword to meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Yang Jiuan, who was at the side, shouted, "This traitor's martial arts are superior. Everyone, let's attack together. We're getting rid of a scourge for the country, there's no need to follow the rules of the pugilistic world." With that said, he brandished his sword and rushed forward. The military warrior Li Gui, the pugilistic hero Lai Fu, and a large group of people rushed forward at the same time. However, Wu Shi's swordsmanship was indeed incomparably brilliant. A snow-white flower of the sword floated in all directions, followed by continuous screams of pain. Some were blocking the ground, some were holding their bleeding wrists and retreating, and some were covering their eyes and wailing in pain. After a few exchanges, those with inferior martial arts were heavily injured and retreated from the battlefield. In the end, only Murong Fu, Yang Jiuan, Li Gui, and Lai Fu were left to surround Wu Shi. Shen Xiaolong, who was at the side, secretly frowned. He felt that there was something strange about today's events. Whether it was the guards that he thought would be heavily guarded, or Wu Shi's hesitant expression just now, there seemed to be something wrong. However, the cries of surprise that rang out in the field woke him up. Even though they were outnumbered, Wu Shi's swordsmanship was too brilliant, and she was gradually gaining the upper hand. Murong Fu was able to protect himself, but Yang Jiuan, Li Gui, and Lai Fu already had a few wounds on their bodies. If it weren't for the fact that their martial arts were not weak, and they managed to avoid being hit in their vitals, they might have already been lying on the ground. "Brother Shen, why aren't you attacking?" Yang Jiuan cried out in alarm. However, just as he was distracted, another bloody hole appeared on his body, and he hurriedly focused on defense. Seeing that Wu Shi's every move was ruthless and fatal, Shen Xiaolong felt that he was thinking too much and hurriedly drew his sword to attack. Fate comes and goes, fate is like water, feelings gather and scatter, where do they go? Hearing him recite a poem, whether it was Yang Jiuan or Murong Fu, they both cursed in their hearts, thinking, "What the F***ck is this, why is he still so showy?" However, Shen Xiaolong's martial arts were really not for show. His swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water, and as soon as he joined in, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. In the end, it was basically Murong Fu who was in charge of defense, Shen Xiaolong who was in charge of offense, and Yang Jiuan and a few others who were waiting for an opportunity to attack. Wu Shi secretly frowned. These people were all experts, especially Murong Fu's fake revolving star passage technique, which was best at borrowing force to attack force. If he was a little careless, his sword would be moved to the side. Shen Xiaolong's swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water at one moment, like the clouds and mist in the next, with very few openings. Occasionally, he would reveal 1 or 2 openings, but they would disappear in a flash under the cover of the others, making it impossible for him to counterattack. On the side, there was still a group of soldiers eyeing him covetously. Wu Shi knew that if this went on, he would be in danger. Unfortunately, although he understood, he was powerless to change it. At this moment, 2 voices suddenly came from the courtyard door. Brother Linghu, I'm here to help you. Everyone turned around and saw a little nun and a sadhu rushing over. Who are they? Who is this brotherling who they are talking about? After all, not everyone knew Wu Shi's true identity. The two of them took advantage of this moment when everyone was distracted. The sadhu took out a quick knife and forced Yang Jiyuan, Li Gui and Lai Fu to the side. The little nun waved a long sword and directly blocked the three emotions Taoist priest Shen Xiaolong. Although it was obvious that her internal energy was insufficient, her swordsmanship was tight and flawless, and for a moment she caught the other party off guard. These two people were naturally Tian Buguang and Yi Lin. In fact, in terms of martial arts, Yang Jiyuan and the other two were no weaker than Tian Buguang. The reason why he could temporarily fight 1 against 3 was largely because all three of them were injured. In addition, seeing that his knife was sharp, they could not figure out his strength in a short time, so they did not dare to be careless. As for Yi Lin, the reason why she could block Shen Xiaolong was because he saw such a delicate and pitiful little nun and could not bear to hurt her. However, this made things difficult for Morong Fu. Originally, it was 5 against 1, but now it had become 1 against 1. Wu Shi was also angry, and every move she made was merciless. He had to be 120% vigilant and use his daily skills to barely protect himself, but in his heart, he cursed Shen Xiaolong half to death. Shen Xiaolong was also in a difficult position. He frowned and said, "Little nun, quickly get out of the way, lest you get hurt." Yi Lin wrinkled her nose and replied in a deadpan manner, "Old Taoist, quickly step aside, lest you incur the wrath of the Buddha." Although Shen Xiaolong was a general, he was dressed like a Taoist. Everyone has the right to punish a traitor. What crime is there to be guilty of? Shen Xiaolong was speechless. Besides, I usually worship the 3 pure ones and 4 royals. Even if I make a mistake, what does it have to do with Buddha? In fact, he still wanted to complain. How was he old? Yi Lin was startled and blinked her big eyes. Hey, that's right. Shen Xiaolong suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. The pitiful appearance of the little nun in front of him made him feel awkward. A Taoist flirting with a nun, it's really rare to see a long time. Nonsense, it's obviously this little nun flirting with the old Taoist. I'm afraid the Taoist's heart is moved. Shouldn't a nun be a couple with a monk? The eyes of that ascetic monk over there seem to be red, and the knife in his hand is a little faster. Bald donkey, don't try to steal the nun from me. Ha 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 ha, there was no lack of meddlesome people. Many people watching from the side could not help but laugh. Hearing this, Shen Xiaolong and Yi Lin wanted to find a hole to hide in. Shen Xiaolong knew that it was not a good idea to drag on like this. Although he could not bear it, he still decided to find a chance to knock her out. However, before he took action, suddenly a black shadow, like a rock spreading its wings, hit Yi Lin's back with a palm. The other party was still 10 feet away from him, but the strong wind that was stirred up by the other party's attack was already making it difficult for Shen Xiaolong to breathe. It could be seen how powerful this palm strike was. Even if it was him, he would have to avoid it, let alone this weak little nun. He wanted to save this little nun, but he thought of the purpose of his trip, and the person who suddenly appeared was a friend, not an enemy. If he intervened, it would inevitably cause internal strife. While Shen Xiaolong was hesitating, Wu Shi on the other side saw the situation here. She could not help but turn pale with fright. She hurriedly used 2 moves to force back Morong Fu. She jumped into the air and stabbed the back of the mysterious person. At this time, it was too late to run in front of Yi Lin, so she could only adopt this strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Suddenly, the mysterious person seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He directly dodged to the side, and then hit Wu Shi's side ribs with his palm. The whole process was smooth as if it had been planned. Wu Shi did not expect such a change. At this time, he instantly understood that the other party's attack on Yi Lin was fake, and the real intention was to plot against him. He could not withdraw his sword in a hurry, so he could only raise his palm to meet the attack. Unfortunately, 80% of his martial arts was on the sword. How could he be the opponent of the other party in terms of palm techniques? He saw that the person suddenly withdrew his palm, causing him to hit the air, and a trace of blood could not help but flow from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious person took advantage of his turbulent chi and blood. The old strength had dissipated, and the new strength had not yet been generated, and suddenly hit him in the chest one after another. Wu Shi flew back while spurting blood, but the mysterious person kept attacking him at close range like maggot. If he had not successfully withdrawn his sword to defend himself, he would have been beaten to death by the other party. The mysterious person seemed to be afraid of his sword technique, and hurriedly leaped back several feet, creating a sufficient safe distance. Wah! Wu Shi half knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his sword, and spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. If he had not learned the muscle-bone strengthening scripture a few days ago, and a wisp of true chi to protect his heart meridian, perhaps he would have died on the spot after that round of attacks just now. Brother Ling Hu! Brother Ling Hu! Yilin and Tian Buguang were shocked, and hurriedly ran to his side. Because they saw that the chief evil Wu Shi was seriously injured, and worried about his counterattack before he died, Yang Jiuan and the others did not dare to pursue and let the two return to Wu Shi's side. Wu Shi didn't have the time to respond to the two of them. Instead, he looked hatefully at the mysterious person from before. Ice true energy, great Songyang Palm. Zuolenshan, you're a dignified grandmaster of your generation, yet you sneak attack a junior. You're too shameless. The blood he had just spat out on the ground had now formed ice particles, emitting a trace of cold air. At this time, the mysterious person took off the mask on his face, and sure enough, it was the leader of the 5 Mountain Sword faction, Zuolenshan. Zuolenshan snorted coldly. 4 traitors like you who sell their country for glory, everyone has the right to punish you. This is called enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. You! Wu Shi opened his mouth to say something, but unfortunately, a mouthful of blood gushed out, blocking the rest of his words. Brother Ling Hu, what's wrong with you? Quickly take this white cloud bear gall pill. Yilin's beautiful face turned pale, and she hurriedly shook out a few pills from the porcelain bottle in her arms, and without counting the number, she sent them into his mouth. Wu Shi smiled bitterly. Now, he was the clearest about his injury, and it could be said that half of his body was already in the coffin. Although the spiritual medicine of the Heng Mountain sect was famous for healing injuries, it could not cure people who were bound to die. Seeing the state of her lover at this time, Yilin's tears kept falling like pearls from a broken necklace. She, who had always been weak, could not help but angrily stare at Zuolenshan. Uncle Zua, what you are doing is really not decent behavior. Zuolenshan sneered. Who do you think you are to criticize me? Yilin's temper was originally soft, and when faced with this kind of situation, her face flushed red, but she did not know how to deal with it. Zuolenshan did not let her go. Everyone in the world knows that Wu Shi colluded with the enemy and committed treason, and is destined to go down in history. As a famous sect, your Heng Mountain sect did not want to subdue the demon, but instead came to help such a traitor. Could it be that your Heng Mountain sect also participated in Wu Shi's betrayal this time? No, Yilin hurriedly waved her hand. This time I only came here alone. I do not represent the Heng Mountain sect. No, I want to say that Ling Hu. General Wu is not that kind of person. Zuolenshan had always been strong, and as the leader of the 5 Mountain Sword sect, how could a little girl like Yilin win against him when it came to reasoning? Soon, she was led astray. Since it was not the Heng Mountain sect's instruction, it means that you, little nun, have abandoned yourself, Zuolenshan said resolutely, as if he was making a judgment. You are traveling with the notorious pervert of the martial arts world, Tian Buguang. A man and a woman alone. You really have no shame. You have abandoned yourself. At this time, everyone in the field looked at the sadhu next to her, pointing at him one by one. Is he the famous Tian Buguang? No wonder his saber is so fast. Tian Buguang is famous for his lightness skills and quick saber. Isn't he famous for being a pervert? This little nun looks gentle and quiet, but she has been traveling with Tian Buguang all the way. I don't know if she can keep her chastity. Are you stupid? Tian Buguang, doesn't it mean to strip naked? This little nun looks pure on the outside, but who knows how lewd she is in private. She has been with Tian Buguang all the way, unwilling to part with him. Most likely she has been conquered by his skills in bed. Listening to the vulgar words of the people around her, Elin was on the verge of tears. I didn't. Unfortunately, her voice was quickly drowned out by the ridicule of the crowd. People would only believe what they wanted to believe, and no one cared about what she said. All of you, shut up. Tian Buguang jumped out and shouted, Elin is my master now, and we are master and disciple. How can it be as dirty as they think? Speaking of which, he had become Elin's disciple because of Ling Hu Chang's teasing. At first, he was naturally indignant, but later on, he was happy with this identity. So what if we are master and disciple? During the day, master and disciple, and at night, brother and sister. A few years ago, there was also a master and disciple relationship. What were they called again? Yang Guo and Xiao Long knew from the ancient tomb sect, right? Tian Buguang didn't expect that his explanation would not only be useless, but it would also make things worse. Seeing Elin's aggrieved tears kept falling, he felt a surge of heat in his chest. He didn't want Elin to suffer even the slightest bit. He jumped up a flight of stairs and pulled down his pants. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. I, your grandpa, am now a man without root. I'm not as dirty as you think. Master is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. How can she be tainted by your gossip? One had to know that castration was an incomparable humiliation to a man. Normally, he minded this the most, but now that he saw his sweetheart being wronged, especially when he saw her tearful appearance, his heart warmed up and he couldn't care less about anything else. Oh my God, he really was castrated. This is his retribution for plucking a flower. So this is what being castrated looks like. It's disgusting to look at. No one cared about what he said. A group of people just pointed at him and whispered. Zuelenchan snorted. Immoral. Shameless. I'll fight you. Tian Buguang was already on the verge of breaking down in shame. Hearing him say that, he exploded in an instant. He pulled up his pants and rushed towards Zuelenchan with his knife. Zuelenchan snorted. You overestimate yourself. Although Tian Buguang's martial arts were good, he was only second-rate in the Jianghu. At most, he was on par with Yu Tsanghai of the Qingqing faction. Yu Tsanghai's martial arts were far inferior to Zuelenchan's. The two had just exchanged a few moves when Tian Buguang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Everyone watching felt a chill in their hearts. Song Mountain faction's Zuelenchan is indeed worthy of his reputation. Among them, Murong Fu and Shen Xiaolong were the most shocked. After all, both of them boasted that their martial arts were good. However, seeing Zuelenchan's moves, they were completely unsure. Brother Tian, why did you do this? Wu Shi caught his breath and sighed at Tian Buguang, who had just fallen beside him. He didn't know whether it was a pity that he had exposed himself or that he shouldn't have come to save him. Elin hurried over. Tian Buguang, what's wrong? Seeing the concern on her face, Tian Buguang couldn't help but reveal a smile. I'm fine, I won't die. Before he finished speaking, he trembled all over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Shi hurriedly reminded him. Be careful of his cold qi, you must force out the cold poison. Tian Buguang nodded. At this time, he had no time to speak and hurriedly began to heal his injuries. Unfortunately, the people around them wouldn't give them the chance. Kill the traitor Wu Shi, kill the pervert Tian Buoguang. A group of people brandished their weapons and charged at them. At this time, the three people had already lost their ability to fight. Murong Fu, Shen Xiaolong and the others respected their status and did not participate. Looking at the frail figure of Yi Lin standing in front of him, Shen Xiaolong couldn't bear to do it. However, the crowd was so fanatical that he couldn't do anything. Just as her figure was about to be submerged in the crowd, suddenly an invisible wave of air spread out. The group of people that rushed over were shaken back one by one. Who? The others didn't know what was going on, but Zuelenchan, Murong Fu, Shen Xiaolong and the other masters on the scene had already discovered the target. A figure slowly descended from mid-air. Chapter of 5,000 words. Chapter 1703. The group of people's expressions changed. Many people here could jump into the air and then descend, but none of them could do it as slowly as the other party did. Not to mention that mysterious chi wave just now, which shook the dozens of people who were charging forward and forced them to retreat one after another. This kind of power was a little too terrifying. Everyone fixed their eyes on him and saw that he was a young man in a green robe. Unfortunately, his appearance was ordinary and no one seemed to know him. The person who came was naturally Song Qingshu. He and Ren Yingying saw the fire in the king of Shu's mansion and knew that something had happened here. They rushed all the way here and just happened to see a group of people rushing towards Yi Lin, so they had to take action. Of course, he did not reveal his original face. After all, the Golden Snake Battalion was now fighting against the Qing army south. If news of his appearance in Sichuan got out, it would inevitably cause a diplomatic storm. It did not matter if he revealed his identity to Yi Lin and Tian Buoguang. After all, they were of low status and had no right to speak in Jianghu. But now there were so many officials of the southern Song dynasty and a sect leader like Zuelenchan, so they could not let their guard down. Who are you? Murong Fu and Zuelenchan had too many thoughts and could not figure out each other's background. They were surprised and doubtful, but Shen Xiaolong went forward and asked directly. Song Qingshu replied indifferently, I'm a mountain commoner, not worth mentioning. Why did you stop us from killing the traitor? Shen Xiaolong asked. Traitor? Song Qingshu shook his head. I don't know who the traitor is. I only saw that you wanted to kill a kind little nun. At this time, Zuelenchan finally spoke. This little nun is willing to degenerate herself. She's in cahoots with traitors and rapists. Naturally, she deserves to die. Song Qingshu remained calm and collected. There are many strange things that happened in Sichuan. We still need to investigate it carefully. How can we come to a conclusion so easily? He remembered that Zuelenchan had suffered serious internal injuries before. How could he recover so quickly? Looking at his spirit, chi and spirit, he seemed to be better than before. Zuelenchan suddenly became angry. Wu Shi committed treason and Tian Buoguang raped. The world knows that this little nun was with them. Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. What else is there to investigate? Who says the world knows? Song Qingshu chuckled. I don't. Hearing this, Zuelenchan laughed angrily. So you're here to make fun of me? So what if I am? Song Qingshu's careless reply almost made him faint. At this moment, Murong Fu also spoke. Mister, you should think this through carefully. If you act on impulse, you might very well become the enemy of the entire world. Song Qingshu shook his head. I'm not being impulsive. You can't represent the whole world. Yang Jiyuan also joined in the condemnation. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world just because you are strong in martial arts. There are so many people here. How many can you block? Song Qingshu's words almost choked him to death. Yang Jiyuan also joined in the condemnation. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world just because you're strong in martial arts. There are so many people here, how many can you block? Looking at him, Song Qingshu easily guessed from his appearance and attire. You're Yang Jiuan? Yang Jiuan was shocked. You know me? Song Qingshu nodded, then shook his head. I've heard of your name. Yang Jiuan was secretly happy. Sir, do you have some relationship with the Yang family? If the other party was really related to the Yang family, with such a top master as a backer, plus the power of the Yang family, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in Sichuan in the future? We do have some relationship. Song Qingshu thought about how to phrase it. To some extent, your big brother and I are kindred spirits. Yang Jiuan naturally could not understand the meaning of kindred spirits, but he understood that the other party was related to his big brother. His heart sank. This was not good. Zuolenshan could not hold back his anger at this time, and said in a deep voice, "Since you're so confident in your martial arts, then I'd like to experience it." Although the martial arts and qigong that the other party had just shown were shocking, they were not at an untouchable level. In addition, he was very confident in his ice true qi and rich martial arts experience, so he did not think that he would lose to him. Song Qingshu sighed. In the end, we still have to talk with our fists, so why talk so much nonsense at the beginning? Zuolenshan snorted, directly pulled out an iron sword and rushed over. He was a little afraid of the internal energy that the other party had just shown, so he did not dare to fight with internal energy right from the beginning. He had already practiced the Song Mountain swordsmanship to perfection. This sword flower was 70% real and 30% fake, with 13 kinds of powerful moves hidden, which could be used to attack or defend. The surrounding masters secretly nodded, thinking that Zuolenshan deserved to be the world-famous Five Mountain Alliance master. His attainments in swordsmanship were really at the level of a master. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. At his level of cultivation, most of the swordsmanship in the world were full of flaws. The other party did not know his true identity, so he rashly attacked. If he really wanted to, he could seriously injure him in one move. But if he showed it like that, it would be too shocking. Zuolenshan was already a top master in this world. If he was defeated in one move, even if he wore a mask, it would be easy to guess his identity. Of course, if he let him slowly fight with him, he did not have the patience, so he stretched out his finger and flicked the tip of the sword away. The tip of the sword lost its accuracy, and all the sword moves after that lost their meaning. Zuolenshan only felt that the hand between his thumb and forefinger was numb, and he almost couldn't hold the long sword in his hand. He could not help but be shocked, but his reaction was also fast. He directly used his other hand to attack his opponent with the great Song Yang palm, at the same time mixed with the ice Jin Qi. The two exchanged several moves in the blink of an eye, and Zuolenshan saw an opportunity to retreat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Good! The surrounding onlookers only saw Zuolenshan playing with his sword and waving his palm, and the whole field was filled with his figure. The opponent was like a small boat in a raging sea that could sink at any time, so they all cheered for Zuolenshan. Only Murong Fu and Shen Xiaolong frowned inwardly. Experts like them were naturally able to see that Zuolenshan had the upper hand on the surface, but in reality, he had used all of his skills in order to narrowly survive this calamity. Since when did such a super master appear in the martial arts world? Murong Fu's heart was a little heavy. In the early years, he was as famous as Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng of the north and Murong of the south were awe-inspiring, but he was continuously defeated by Qiao Feng, Song Qingshu, and later Wu Shi, which was a big blow to him. Originally, he thought that apart from these few people who defied the natural order, he could still be ranked among the top masters. Who knew that now there would be an unfathomable mysterious master? Shen Xiaolong also frowned. He did not participate in the attack on Yi Lin's team, but now he took the initiative to step forward and said, "Your Excellency's martial arts are high, but this time we are eliminating traitors for the country. Even if we know it's impossible, we still have to do it." After saying that, He also waved his long sword to attack. Song Qingshu saw that his sword technique was elegant, and could not help but praise, "Good sword technique." Murong Fu knew that Shen Xiaolong alone was no match for this mysterious man. He was worried that he would be defeated one by one, so he immediately joined in the battle. "As long as I can kill the traitors, Murong Fu doesn't care about the reputation of the martial arts world." Song Qingshu replied sarcastically, "Your Excellency can always stand on the moral high ground." Murong Fu's old face turned red, but he did not argue. He just displayed the Murong family's martial arts to his heart's content, and even mixed in the 18 dragon subduing palms to attack. Zhuolengchan had just fought with him, so he knew how terrifying he was. He gritted his teeth and joined in the battle, hoping to take down the opponent with the help of the three masters. The four quickly became a mess, but soon Murong Fu and the others cried out in surprise. "Why are you attacking me? He's borrowing my strength to fight. Isn't this your Murong family's Big Dipper?" "It's not Big Dipper, but more like the Ming Dynasty's Heaven and Earth Great Shift. No, I think his finger technique is more like Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills." With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he could already turn something rotten into something magical. Even if he did not reveal his original martial arts, he could display some of the martial arts of his opponent. Although he did not know the specific mental cultivation method, he could still imitate it to 70 to 80% similar, and beat the three people in front of him until they complained incessantly. But these people were the world's top masters, not to mention the three of them working together. One must know that Murong Fu and Yu Tongji were enough to make Xiao Feng admit that he was no match for Murong Fu. Now that Murong Fu had obtained the 18 dragon subduing palms, he was even better than Xiao Feng at that time. Zhuolengchan, who was at the Grandmaster level, was no weaker than Yu Tongji. If he added his experience and martial arts moves, he would be far superior to Xiao Feng. Not to mention that there was now the addition of the three emotions Taoist, who was highly skilled in martial arts. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. It was not difficult to defeat the three of them, but if he did not reveal his own martial arts, it would not be so easy to defeat them. At this moment, a simple and honest voice suddenly came from the door. "Master, who is this person?" Hearing this voice, Zhuolengchan was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "This person is an accomplice of the traitor, quickly kill him." Song Qingshu was startled and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a young man with disheveled hair and a sincere and honest face appear at the entrance of the courtyard. It was Shurpatian, whom he had met once before. He had participated in the Golden Snake meeting, and at that time, he seemed to be representing the Song Mountain sect. It was said that he was saved by Zhuolengchan on the road, and then taught him martial arts, so he called Zhuolengchan his master. Song Qingshu was clear that with Zhuolengchan's martial arts, how could he be qualified to be Shurpatian's master? Presumably, Shurpatian's nature was simple, and the surnames were used some means to buy his heart. But it could not be said that Zhuolengchan was useless. Shurpatian's Arhat demon subduing kung fu had been practiced to an unprecedented level, and coupled with the coincidental combination of yin and yang, his internal energy could be said to be rare in the world. But other than internal energy, his other martial arts were unbearably crude, and Zhuolengchan just happened to be able to teach him brilliant sword art and martial arts, giving birth to the world's top supermaster. Hey, his breath is a little strange. But Song Qingshu was keenly aware that Shurpatian at this time was very different from when he met him at the Golden Snake camp, as if he was hiding a power that even he was a little afraid of. Chapter 1704. Everyone present was aghast. The wind generated by the punch had wrinkled the faces of the three masters. How exaggerated was this? It should be known that this punch was not aimed at the three of them. The three of them were only brushed by the side. This young man looked very simple and honest. Who would have thought that his martial arts was so terrifying? He had only taken one step, but he had already crossed dozens of feet and arrived in front of the enemy. That terrifying punch seemed to have sucked up all the air around him. It was obviously a destructive force, but the whole courtyard fell into a momentary silence. Everyone could only see their mouths opening and closing, but they couldn't hear what the people around them were saying. Song Qingshu's expression was also solemn. It should be known that the most important basis to judge whether a person's martial arts was good or not was his technique. The strength of a person with the lowest level could be ignored, so there was naturally no need to discuss it. 4 people with slightly higher martial arts, whether it was a sword or a punch, they could create a large gust of wind. It looked scary, but in fact, a large amount of internal energy was wasted. They couldn't compare to the masters of the same level who could concentrate most of their internal energy into one point. However, if one's martial arts reached a higher level, it would be very different. As the saying goes, the birth of a saint must be accompanied by a natural phenomenon. The other party could affect the surrounding environment with just a lift of his hand. This was not because his Zhen Qi was leaking out, but because his Zhen Qi was so terrifying that it could affect the surrounding environment. Looking at the whole Jianghu, there were very few people who could reach this level. Unexpectedly, Shi Patian was actually one of them. Back in the Golden Snake Convention, he was clearly not this powerful. Now, it could be said that he had made a qualitative leap. Why? Song Qingshu's thoughts were like lightning. However, the fist had already arrived in front of him. He looked solemn and slowly raised his hand. Although he moved later, it arrived first. He raised his palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying wave of qi spread out. Murong Fu, Zuelenchan, and the others beside him were shaken a few times. Those who were further away were even more embarrassed. One by one, they fell down with all 4 feet in the air. Song Qingshu took advantage of the opportunity to retreat a distance of 10 feet and stood in front of Wu Shi and the others, helping them to neutralize the terrifying shock wave. After all, these people were seriously injured at this moment. If they were swept by the palm wind, they might directly die. Just now when Song Qingshu appeared to block Zuelenchan and the others, Ren Yingying ran to Wu Shi and Yi Lin to check on their injuries. Seeing her lover retreating to her side, she couldn't help but say worriedly, "They won't be able to hold on much longer." Song Qingshu looked back and saw that Wu Shi's face was as pale as gold paper, and Tian Buguang's eyebrows and beard were covered with a layer of ice. He knew that if he delayed any longer, even if the almighty immortal came, he could not save them. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Although he wanted to know what had happened to Shi Patian, it was more important to save him first. Therefore, he grabbed the crowd and leaped out of the king of Shu's mansion. "Don't you dare leave, you thief!" Zuelenchan and the others hurriedly chased after him. Shi Patian was stunned for a moment. Seeing that everyone was chasing after him, although he didn't know what was going on, he still followed along. Although he moved a little late, he crossed dozens of feet with one step and soon overtook the others. Seeing that the mysterious man was getting further and further away, Murong Fu, Zuelenchan and the others all stopped in their tracks. However, seeing that Shi Patian was so fierce, they all summoned their fighting spirit and followed him. With Song Qingshu's lightness skill, it would not be a problem for him to shake off Murong Fu and Zuelenchan, even if he was carrying a group of people. However, now that there was Shi Patian, his speed was too shocking. Song Qingshu alone could easily shake him off, but now he also had Ren Yingying, Wu Shi, Yi Lin and Tian Buguang with him, a total of 4 people, so it was naturally difficult to shake off this tail. However, he also reacted quickly. Taking advantage of a turn to block the other party's line of sight, he jumped onto a big tree with a few people and used the dense leaves to hide everyone's figures. Soon, a group of people caught up, but did not discover their existence and continued to chase into the distance. Big brother Linghu, what's wrong? Yilin's voice carried a bit of a sob. Shoo! Song Qinshu hurriedly stopped her. Someone is coming back. At the same time, he had to sigh that people's lives were really different. At this time, Tianbuguang was obviously also seriously injured, but Yilin did not even look at him. However, this did not mean that Yilin had any bad intentions, but that this was human nature. Of course, the first reaction would be related to the people they cared about the most. As for Tianbuguang, he was just like those spare tires in the future. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to get the favor of the goddess. This is a kind of retribution for the evil he did years ago. Song Qinshu speculated, not without malice. At this time, Shurpatian and the others had already returned. Many people dejectedly said, Motherf **Ker, he ran really fast. Running so fast while carrying people, this person's lightness skill is really **King awesome. Young hero Shur's lightness skill is also amazing. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many buildings in this city, that person would definitely not be able to run away. Young hero Shur is still the best. With one punch, he beat that guy into running away. Shurpatian hurriedly waved his hand and said, That person's martial arts is very high, not inferior to mine. The others jeered in a few words, Young hero, don't be modest. Everyone saw you beat him with one punch, how can it be fake? Shurpatian originally wanted to explain that just now, the other party retreated because he wanted to resolve the aftermath in front of Wu Shi and the others, but the group of people kept complimenting him, making him unable to find a chance to interrupt. He was not good with words, so in the end, he could only smile foolishly. On the side, Murong Fu's face was a little ugly. After all, he was a person that the dignified Nan Murong and several other great experts could not do anything to, but he was beaten away by this silly boy with one punch, which really made him lose face. Although Zhuolong Chan was also a little depressed, this person was his nominal disciple, so he could be considered to have benefited from it. As for the three emotions Taoist priest, he did not care about this and did not have any reaction. Only Murong Fu wanted to use this opportunity to buy people's hearts, but who knew that the limelight would be stolen by Shurpatian? Wu Shi is now seriously injured and won't live for long. We will immediately announce to the public that he has been executed and clean up the remnants of Wu Shi's party. Murong Fu knew that in terms of martial arts, he might not be able to compare, so he could only turn the tables on the officialdom that he was better at. But that mysterious person's martial arts is so high, what if Wu Shi survives? Someone raised a doubt. Murong Fu sneered and said, So what if he survives? When the time comes, the general situation will be set. What can a traitor like him do? Prince Murong is really wise. As expected of the descendant of Hunan Commandery King. Hearing the group of people bragging, Murong Fu's dark face finally showed a trace of a smile. Let's go back to the Shu King's mansion and arrange the follow-up matters. The group of people nodded and quickly surrounded him and left. After everyone left, Ren Yingying said with some indignation, These people really have eyes but can't see. Although Shurpatian's martial arts is high, how can he be a match for you? If it weren't for saving us, you could have defeated him with one hand. Song Qinshu faintly smiled. Why do you need to care about the gossip of these people? Moreover, aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? Shurpatian's current cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the world, and it won't be easy to defeat him with just one hand. At this time, Wu Shi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the two people in a daze. Yingying, is that you? Ren Yingying faintly sighed and took off her mask, revealing a bright and beautiful face. Young Master Linghu, I am now Lady Song. Hearing his words, Wu Shi violently coughed a few times. After a long time, he said with a bitter smile, That's right, I was rude. Then he turned around and said, Then this must be Song Qinshu. Song Qinshu didn't mind the fact that Linghu, who called him by his name. He removed his mask and said, "Brother Linghu, long time no see." Linghu Chong sighed, "I didn't expect to be saved by you again." Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Brother Linghu, don't feel burdened. I saved you because I wanted something." "I know what you want to ask, cough, cough." Halfway through his words, he couldn't help but violently cough again. The blood he coughed out was emitting a trace of cold air. Yilin hurriedly said, "Prince Song, can you save Brother Linghu first?" Song Qingshu nodded, knowing that his injury couldn't be delayed any longer. He grabbed their shoulders and used Qinggong to leave. The whole city of Chengdu was full of people who hated Wu Shi, a traitor. Now that he was under the control of Murong Fu, Yang Jiuan, and the others, it was too dangerous to stay in the city. After thinking about it, the most suitable place to treat his injury was the Mirror Lake outside the city. Seeing him return, the people on the Mirror Lake immediately came out to welcome him warmly. After all, he had saved their lives before. In addition, he had an ambiguous relationship with the mistress, so everyone had already regarded him as half a master. At this time, Linghu Chong had already fallen into a coma. He had been attacked by Zhuo, so his injury was more serious than Tian Buguang's, who had been directly hit by the ice chi. However, Tian Buguang's internal energy was much weaker than Linghu Chong's, so in the end, the degree of danger was about the same. Song Qingshu thought that if he saved Linghu Chong first, Tian Buguang would most likely kneel. If he saved Tian Buguang first, his head wasn't injured. In the end, he simply saved both of them together. He helped the two of them to sit cross-legged on the bed. Song Qingshu sat behind the two of them, pressed the major acupoints on their backs, and began to help them treat their injuries. Half of their injuries were caused by the shock to their internal organs and meridians, and the other half was caused by the ice chi. Therefore, they had to first expel the ice chi from their bodies to slowly heal their internal injuries. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's cultivation had reached an incredible level. Otherwise, if he were to absorb the ice chi from both of them at the same time, he would easily be frozen into a popsicle. In the original work, Ren Wuxing was ambushed by Zhuo Lenqian's ice chi. As a result, Linghu Chong, Xiang Wentian, and Ren Yingying had to work together to absorb the ice chi from his body for several hours. In the end, all of them had turned into ice sculptures. Yilin was fidgeting restlessly on the side. She kept fiddling with the Buddhist beads in her hand and muttering, "Merciful and pessimistic Bodhisattva, please protect Brother Linghu and keep him safe. Yilin is willing to shorten her life by 10 years, no, 20 years in exchange for." Chapter 1705. Ren Yingying jumped in fright and hastily pulled Yilin to the side. "Don't worry, Brother Song will save him. Don't make such a vow randomly." Yilin shook her head. "As long as Brother Linghu is well, it doesn't matter if my life is shortened by 20 years. Seeing the tears in Yilin's eyes, Ren Yingying could not help but be speechless. After a long time, she faintly sighed. Love was the most hurtful thing. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, had a strange expression on his face. Did Yilin, this little nun, forget that Tian Buguang was also seriously injured? Moreover, he did not hesitate to self-destruct for her sake. However, there was no such thing as love. He could only express sympathy for Tian Buguang. In the end, Ren Yingying still pulled Yilin out on the grounds of not wanting to disturb the treatment. Yilin did not hesitate at all when she heard that it might affect Linghu Chong's treatment. Song Qingshu finally calmed down and circulated his internal energy to help the two dispel the ice-cold jinqi. After several hours, he withdrew his hand from Tian Buguang's back. Although both of them were seriously injured, Tian Buguang's injuries appeared serious only because his internal energy was too low. Zhuo Lenqian's attack on him was completely incomparable to Linghu Chong's. It must be known that his sneak attack on Linghu Chong was a deliberate and well-prepared thunderous strike. Because he was afraid of his opponent's swordsmanship, once he gained the upper hand, he completely aimed to kill his opponent. If not for Ling Huchong practicing the I Jin Jing and using the 9 strategies beyond the swords to force him back at the critical moment, he would probably have died long ago. At this time, Tian Buguang slowly opened his eyes. Many thanks to King Qi for saving my life. His voice did not contain the joy of being saved. On the contrary, it was filled with loneliness. Presumably, he had heard Yi Lin's words. Song Qingshu replied, "Originally, I shouldn't have saved you when you committed evil deeds in your early years, but letting you die would be letting you off too lightly. You should use the rest of your life to do good deeds to make up for your past sins." Tian Buguang smiled bitterly. "Now that I am neither a man nor a woman, I deserve it. However, how can it compare to the harm I caused to those women in the past? Rest assured, King Qi, I will use the rest of my life to turn over a new leaf and make up for my past mistakes." Putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha was easy to say, but putting down the butcher's knife was easier said than done. The reason why Tian Buguang had such a huge change was because he had his thing cut off by Master Bujia. The other reason was that he had fallen in love with Yi Lin and tasted the bitterness of love. Both were indispensable. Song Qingshu also sighed and comforted him. That's how the world is. The person you like often doesn't like you. You should take it easy. Tian Buguang nodded in agreement. I won't disturb you from healing him. Then, he went to the room next door to rest and recuperate with a lonely look on his face. Song Qingshu continued to help Ling Huchong heal his injuries. After another 2 hours, he finally managed to dissolve the cold Zhen Qi in his body. At this time, the sky was already faintly turning white. By this time, Ling Huchong had already woken up. After hesitating for a while, he said with difficulty, "Thank you very much." For a long time, he had regarded Song Qingshu as his irreconcilable enemy. He did not expect that one day, he would actually need Song Qingshu's help. At the same time, he had to thank him. However, Ling Huchong was a gentleman. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he still expressed his gratitude. Song Qingshu shook his head. "Brother Ling Hu, you don't have to be so polite." At this time, Yi Lin and the others received the news and hurried over. Seeing that Ling Huchong had woken up, they couldn't help but choke with sobs. "Big brother Ling Hu." Ling Huchong also revealed a trace of a smile. "Junior sister Yi Lin." Yi Lin hurriedly looked at Song Qingshu. "Prince Song, is big brother Ling Huchong all right now?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "How could it be so easy? I spent an entire night to purge the cold Zhen Qi from his body. As for the internal injuries he sustained in his meridians and organs, I still haven't started treating them." "Ah!" Yi Lin cried out in surprise. Her small face was filled with worry and disappointment. Ling Huchong smiled bitterly. "Junior sister Yi Lin, don't make things difficult for Song. Young master, I was seriously injured. Half of my body is already buried in the ground. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to see you again. Zuelenshan's cold Zhen Qi is extremely insidious. The sneak attack from before penetrated deep into my meridians. In this world, I'm afraid that only he, who has a divine cultivation, can purge the terrifying cold poison in my body in one night." He was worried that Yi Lin didn't understand the difficulties involved, so he deliberately explained to her. However, when he finished, he felt both admiration and disappointment. He had always regarded Zuelenshan as an imaginary enemy. He thought that after practicing the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, he would be able to compete with him. However, he didn't expect that the gap between their strength would become so wide that he might not even be able to see his back now. This was human nature. When the level of both sides was about the same, jealousy and rivalry would arise. However, once the gap was too big, all that was left was admiration and admiration. Yi Lin opened her mouth wide. "I didn't know you were so powerful." Yi Lin's knowledge is shallow. I hope Prince Song won't blame me. Song Qingshu shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with her. Instead, he looked at Ling Huchong and asked a topic that interested him. Brother Ling Hu, although I know that you need to rest now, can I ask you a few questions? Ling Huchong nodded. With Lin's help, he leaned back against the headboard. Go ahead. Is it true that you've committed treason and proclaimed yourself the king of Shu? Song Qingshu asked. Ling Huchong nodded. Yes. Ah! Ren Yingying exclaimed. She had always thought that there must be some misunderstanding. She didn't expect him to admit it himself. Song Qingshu also frowned. But with Brother Ling Hu's character, I don't think you would do such a thing. Ling Huchong let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that the only person in the world who is willing to believe in me is you. Although he didn't say it out loud, everyone knew what he meant. The whole world regarded him as a traitor. Only his former rival in love believed him. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's not just me. Yingying believes in you too. Yilin, Tianbuguang, and all of them believe in you. Thank you, Sister Yilin. Ling Huchong paused and looked at Ren Yingying. After a while, he continued, Thank you, Lady Song. Ren Yingying looked a little embarrassed, but she knew that he needed time to heal the wound in his heart. After calming himself down, Ling Huchong continued, A few months ago, Jia Shidao's men suddenly came to me. They told me that they had found out who I was and knew that I, Ling Huchong, was pretending to be Wu Shi. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. He could hide his identity for a while, but he couldn't hide it forever. Both Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao were cunning people. They would find out who he really was sooner or later. Last time, Jia Shidao's men were defeated in the kung fu competition. I thought he sent someone here to replace me. Ling Huchong smiled. But I didn't care. The reason why I came to Sichuan was to compete with you, Brother Song. But when I learned that you were married, I knew I couldn't do anything about it. So, I stopped thinking about it. Ren Yingying said apologetically, Young Master Ling Hu, I and my daughter have done you wrong. Back then, when Ren Wuxing defeated Dongfang Bubi and regained his position as the cult master, Ling Huchong had contributed greatly to it. In the end, Ren Wuxing betrothed his daughter to Song Qingshu, who was even more powerful than him. As for Ren Yingying herself, she felt very bad for throwing herself into the arms of another man. Ling Huchong shook his head lightly. There's nothing to be sorry about. Relationships are always like this. The person you like might not like you back. Obviously, he had heard what Song Qingshu had said to comfort Tianbuguang, so he said it as if it had happened to him. Ren Yingying, who was quick-witted, keenly sensed that Ling Huchong might not be referring to her. After spending so much time with him, she naturally knew who Ling Huchong was. Those people didn't expose me. Instead, they wanted me to make a deal with them. They wanted me to give them the official seal, and they would still let me enjoy all the benefits of a high position here. Ling Huchong sneered. But I'm not the kind of person who covets wealth and power. Plus, I was already a little disheartened and wanted to leave. Of course, I wouldn't agree to such an ambiguous handover. Who knew that the other party would suddenly take out the personal belongings of mistress and junior sister? At this point, a trace of anger flashed across Ling Huchong's face, triggering the injuries in his body. He could not help but cough violently. Yilin, who was beside him, hurriedly handed him a glass of water. At the same time, she gently patted his back to soothe him. Ling Huchong smiled at her gratefully and said, Those two items are very much liked by mistress and junior sister. They have been carefully protecting them. They definitely wouldn't accidentally drop them. At that time, my heart was shocked and cold. I knew that something must have happened to them. Sure enough, that person told me that mistress and junior sister are now in their hands. If they don't cooperate with them, not only will they lose their lives, but they will also be inhumanely humiliated. Ling Huchong clenched his fists tightly. How could he not be angry when his most respected mistress and his most beloved childhood sweetheart were in such danger? These people are really shameless. Ren Yingying and Yi Lin were filled with righteous indignation when they heard this, but Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Although he was shameless, he had grasped Ling Huchong's weak spot, making him unable to resist at all. As expected, Ling Huchong said in a deep voice, "In order to prevent them from being humiliated, I had to agree for the time being. They took away my official seal and put me under house arrest in the mansion. There were people watching me day and night, not allowing me to contact the outside world. It was not until later when they moved me to the King of Shu's mansion that I vaguely learned that they had committed treason in my name." Song Qingshu sighed inwardly when he saw Ling Huchong's angry look. Normally, Ling Huchong was quite smart and quick-witted, but when it came to Yu Lingshan, his intelligence would plummet. If he cooperated with the enemy like this, would the enemy let Yu Lingshan and her mother go? However, there was no need to criticize him now. Song Qingshu had to admire Jia Shidao's ruthlessness. In order to bring down Han Xingzhou, he had found out that there was something wrong with Wu Shi's identity, but he had been holding back and waiting for such a big move. Han Xingzhou was probably doomed this time. He had gambled with the fate of the southern Song dynasty and sacrificed the lives of so many soldiers and people. No wonder he was one of the most treacherous ministers in history. Song Qingshu secretly became vigilant. He had to be very careful when he became his enemy in the future. After chatting for a while, Ling Huchong's eyelids began to droop. Knowing that he was seriously injured and weak, he didn't disturb him and let him rest. Yi Lin volunteered to stay and take care of him. Song Qingshu walked to the deck, and Ren Yingying took out a handkerchief to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead. "Thank you for your hard work tonight." Song Qingshu held her little hand and sighed. "Only my own women know how to care for me. Look at that Yi Lin. I saved the man of her dreams, but she only has eyes for Ling Huchong. She didn't even say a word of thanks." Ren Yingying was so shy that she subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed, so she just let him be. "Yi Lin is so pitiful. Don't tell me you also have feelings for her." Chapter 1706. Ren Yingying blushed and spat. "What nonsense are you talking about? A monk and a nun aren't a couple." "Who says we're not a couple? If you become a nun, I'll become a monk." Song Qingshu hugged Ren Yingying in his arms and said shamelessly. Ren Yingying's face became even more beautiful. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "If you want to be a monk, you can do it yourself. I don't want to be a nun." The two of them flirted with each other on the deck. After an unknown amount of time, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind them. "Two immortal couples, you really make others envious." Ren Yingying's skin was already tender. At this moment, she was like a startled rabbit when someone bumped into her. She pushed her lover away and pretended to look at the river in the distance. However, the slight rise and fall of her chest showed that she was not so calm at the moment. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw Wan Xingzhu standing there with a sweet smile on her face. The wind from the river fluttered her dress, accentuating her alluring figure. She smiled before she said anything. She was still as charming as ever. However, Song Qingshu was still keenly aware of the faint exhaustion between her brows. "Madam, you came back so early. Has everything been arranged properly?" Wan Xingzhu knew what he was asking and shook her head. "Things have changed. Yang Jiuan, Murong Fu, and the others have become the great heroes who killed the traitor and pacified the rebellion. The power of the entire Sichuan is divided and controlled by them. Now that they are in the limelight and have the right to speak, it's not a good time for me to jump out and expose him for killing my brother. Moreover, ordinary people won't believe that the new hero is a traitor." Song Qingshu nodded. "That's right. If you expose his true colors now, he will most likely bite back. So I can only hide first and slowly collect all the useful evidence. At the critical moment, I'll ruin his reputation." Wan Xingzhu bit her lips and said hatefully. "This is a smart choice. Song Qingshu agreed with her. Wait, you mentioned that they became the great heroes who killed the traitor and pacified the rebellion. What happened? Ruan Xingzhu explained. In the latter half of last night, Murong Fu announced to the world that they were sent by the imperial court to quell the rebellion. The traitor Wu Shi has already been executed. As expected. Song Qingshu nodded. Murong Fu is smart this time. He made everything real. Even if the Southern Song court doesn't want to, they have to admit his identity. In addition, he announced Wu Shi's death. Even if he appears alive again, the other party can say that he is Ling Huchong in disguise. It's very windy here. Why don't the two of you come to my room and have a seat? Ruan Xingzhu invited. Song Qingshu knew that she had something to say, so he didn't refuse. Ren Yingying was hesitant to leave first, but her lover held her hand tightly. She felt warm in her heart and followed him. After entering the room, Ruan Xingzhu personally poured tea for them. From the corner of her eyes she saw the two holding hands and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You two are really a couple. Ren Yingying blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. I'm afraid it's very difficult to find a man in this world who loves his wife so much. Ruan Xingzhu wasn't trying to flatter him. It had to be known that even in Song Qingshu's previous life, when he was in a relationship in the 70s and 80s, the couple might not even walk side by side, let alone hold hands. They would often walk one in front of the other, for fear of gossip. This world had a lot of etiquette and it was even stricter in this aspect. It had to be known that the behavior just now was considered immoral in the mainstream values, so very few men would publicly display their affection. However, women were emotional. They enjoyed their lovers' love very much, and coupled with this harsh environment, they cherished this kind of behavior even more. However, Song Qingshu thought it was very normal. He smiled and said, I don't deserve this title. There are still many good men in this world. Is that so? Ruan Xingzhu didn't argue. She couldn't help but think of her husband who had just been killed. Even though the two of them didn't have a very deep relationship, she still felt an irrepressible sadness. Ren Yingying saw her sadness and couldn't help but comfort her. The dead are gone. My condolences, my lady. Because she had been imprisoned before, she still had a lot of resentment towards Ruan Xingzhu. However, after knowing what had happened to her family, as a woman, she empathized with Ruan Xingzhu, so her previous resentment gradually disappeared. Thank you, Lady Ren. Ruan Xingzhu smiled gratefully. She tucked her hair behind her ears and took the opportunity to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She quickly composed herself and asked, Is Wu Shi really dead? After all, Wu Shi had been promoted by Han Xingzhou. This time, she had come to Shu for Wu Shi. However, because of what had happened in her family yesterday, she had made a series of mistakes. I saved him. He's not dead, but he's seriously injured. However, in this situation, his identity is also dead. Song Qingshu roughly told her what had happened in the Shu King's mansion last night. Jia Sherdao is really behind all this. Ruan Xingzhu gritted her teeth. She belonged to Han Xingzhou's camp and had always been hostile to Jia Sherdao. Now that she heard that he was the culprit who had put her lord in such a difficult situation, how could she not be angry? Song Qingshu said with a faint smile, Lady Ren thought that I was the one who had caused what happened in Sichuan. Ruan Xingzhu thought that she had suspected Song Qingshu at first and had tried everything to get close to him in order to spy on him. However, it turned out that he had nothing to do with it. Instead, they had accidentally. She had suffered a double loss. Thinking of that time, Ruan Xingzhu's heart skipped a beat. In order to hide her current expression, she hurriedly apologized to the two of them. Previously, I used my narrow-mindedness to measure the heart of a gentleman. I have offended you, especially Lady Ren. I hereby apologize to you. Ren Yingying hurriedly helped her up. Lady Ren, please get up. It's normal for us to use some tricks for our masters. If we were in each other's shoes, I would probably do the same thing. Ruan Xingzhu sighed and said, I've long heard that the Sun Moon Church has always used high-handed policies to control their subordinate. Hundreds of thousands of members of the Sun Moon Church are afraid of the higher-ups of the Blackwood Cliff, except for one person, who respects and loves the Saintess. Now I finally understand how those people feel. The two women quickly began to flatter each other. After a while, Ren Yingying noticed that Ruan Xingzhu was holding back a yawn, so she stood up and said, Lady Ren, there has been a sudden change in your family, and you haven't slept for the whole night. We won't disturb you anymore. Lady Ren, take this opportunity to rest. Ruan Xingzhu smiled and said, Lady Ren, you haven't slept for the whole night either. If you don't mind, you can rest here. Ren Yingying was stunned, but Song Qinshu hurriedly said, That won't do. Yingying's body is weak. I have to nurture her meridians. Both women blushed when they heard the words nurture meridians. Both Ruan Xingzhu and Ren Yingying knew what he meant by nurturing meridians. Even Ruan Xingzhu had personally experienced how he nurtured meridians. If young master can't bear to part with Lady Ren, you can also stay here and rest. Ruan Xingzhu looked at him meaningfully. Song Qingshu's heart fluttered. He thought, what does she mean? There's only one bed in this room. Could it be? When he thought of that scene that would make countless men fantasize about it, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. However, he didn't show anything on his face. Instead, he said with embarrassment, I'm afraid that's not very good. Ruan Xingzhu giggled and said, Young master, what are you thinking? I'm just joking with you. If I leave you here and word gets out, I'm afraid I won't be able to face anyone. What's more, Lady Ren is still here. Even after coming out of her room, Song Qinshu still had a gloomy expression. He thought, this woman really needs to be taught a lesson. She actually dared to tease me. Ren Yingying, who was at the side, said with a faint smile, If you want to stay there, I don't mind. Even though Song Qinshu had never explicitly stated his relationship with Ruan Xingzhu, Ren Yingying already knew. Then let's go back together. Song Qinshu raised his eyebrows. After he finished speaking, he pulled her hand and acted as if he wanted to go back. Ren Yingying was so embarrassed that she hurriedly shook off his hand. If you want to go back by yourself. Who wants to go with you? Song Qinshu burst into laughter. He deliberately said those words just now to expose her pretense of being magnanimous. Seeing her shy appearance, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Amidst her surprised cry, he carried her in his arms and quickly returned to the room. You've been cultivating for the whole night last night. You should take a good rest. Sensing his hurried footsteps, how could Ren Yingying not understand what was going on? Her heart was thumping and she said with a red face, It's not like you don't know that my body is made of iron. As he spoke, he had already carried her and rolled onto the bed. After a series of rustling sounds, Ren Yingying was like a tender and beautiful rose. She bit her lips and pouted, There are people next door. After rescuing everyone back to the ship, for the convenience of treatment, they had arranged for them to stay in a few rooms next door. Do you want to say that Ling Hu Chong is next door? That's just right. Song Qinshu chuckled and lowered his head again. Although Ren Yingying had always been pure, after being together with Song Qinshu for such a long time, she naturally understood the thoughts of some men. Her eyes couldn't help but ripple, and she faintly pouted, What a bad guy! However, although her tone was a little reproachful, she still gently stretched out her arms, hugged the man on top of her, and gently accepted him. In the next few days, Song Qinshu used the solitary yang finger to treat Ling Hu Chang's internal injuries. His cultivation had already reached an incredible level, so using the solitary yang finger to save people wouldn't cause serious sequelae like what happened to Reverend Eating. Ling Hu Chong also had the protection of the absorbing star's great method and the I Jin Jing, and his internal energy was also extremely profound. Therefore, with Song Qinshu's help, his injuries recovered much faster than expected. On this day, Song Qingshu treated Ling Hu Chong for the last time and said, "From now on, brother Ling Hu, cultivate every day to regulate your breathing. You should be fully recovered in 1 or 2 months." Ling Hu Chong sighed and said, "Brother Song is really powerful. With your help, not only did I survive such a serious injury, but I also recovered so quickly. It's really incredible." He was an open-minded person, and he had always been a little resentful. However, during this period of time, Song Qingshu had spared no effort to help him recover. In addition, he had seen Ren Yingying's sweet appearance with Song Qingshu, and he knew that she had done it willingly, not because she had been forced. Therefore, he was convinced of his defeat and gradually let go of the grudge. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Brother Ling Hu, you don't have to be so polite. To a large extent, it's because of your good internal energy foundation that you recovered so quickly." The two chatted for a while, and Ling Hu Chong said, "Brother Song, I'll repay you for saving my life in the future. But now that I don't know whether Mistress and Shimmy are alive or dead, I have to leave to save them." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.